really see anything. A little black?
Yeah, look. I smell my skin burning too, right there. Those two black little dots.
I can't really see because I have to put
Let's see.
I have to put my glasses on and stuff.
Where are they here?
I just hang on. Let me see. Hold on 1 second, okay? My glasses are on my head.
Huh?
I don't really see anything. A little black?
Yeah, look. See two little black dots right there? Right there?
Yeah, but I really don't. It doesn't look like a burn, though. I can't really see.
Yeah, I smell it, honey. Smell my hand.
I put my glasses on and stuff.
Where are they here?
Okay.
Smells like skin burning right through there and burned it.
My glasses are on my head. All right, hold on a minute. Now, why is this playing? Somehow this is playing. This shouldn't be playing. Yeah, but I really don't. It doesn't look like. Oh, wait a second. I think this is playing on YouTube somewhere. Hang on. He was charging something and it burned his hand.
You know those new lighters that have look like a pulp?
An electrical, lighter.
An arc that goes through there.
Yeah.
I was trying to lock it. I was trying to push the one part back like the other one, and it doesn't do it. It just shot. It went through my hand.
I don't understand how it went through your hand. I don't get it.
So I had it like this. I took it.
Hi, Slammoran. Hi, everybody. Okay, so let's finish with this because I don't know what happened. Just as I was going on.
Okay, here's the thing right here. Let's see if we can see it. Let me see. Where's the camera right here? You'll see it light up in there. See it like that? See that little thing come out?
Okay, please don't burn me with that.
Okay, and so what I did was I took the other one we have another one and it kind of locks and then you charge it and you won't be able to turn it on. So I tried to lock it like this. The only thing is my hand was like I went to lock it and it got my hand right. See if you can see it. I smelled the flesh burning on that thing. Let me see. There's two little tiny black dots there somewhere. Let me see. Sorry guys. It's right there. There, see it?
If you're brand new and you're coming for a Brian Laundrie update, we'll be with you in a minute.
This is Jimmy. If he can put an arc through his hand. Time right there, so I'm done.
Okay.
But it had to go right through too.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Okay, so, hey there. I'm all discombobulated. Hey, Brian Owens. Be careful, Carolyn and family. Why? Why do we have to be careful? With what? With what, Brian Owens? With the lighter? Or something else, you know? Okay. So, everybody, we're going to go through this together because I missed a lot of this and the lawn mowing updates, and I'm going to show you something real quick. Let me just pull this up. Last night, the father left for gas, and there's a few updates from last night to tonight. So, okay, so here was, let me just pull this, when the father went for some gas.
They're learning about the autopsy results.
Has he ever tried hurting Gabby in the past that you know?
Why the gas can? Why are you getting gas?
Were you surprised when you heard the news, or is this something you expected?
Mr. Laundrie, why aren't you saying anything? Is there anything you want to say to Gabby's family? Do you know where Brian is?
Why the gas can? Where's Brian?
Will you be going back out to the reserve?
Have you been in touch with Brian?
Are you just gonna stay quiet forever?
Okay, so then we know why he got the gas can. Everybody here, I don't think there's anyone here that doesn't know why he got the gas can, right? He got the gas can because
Talked. Yeah,
hold on, I've got Brian on too high. Hold on a minute. He's too loud, Brian. Let's see here. So this morning, let me see what he said.
27, 29, something like that. I have to look at my notes that we now believe she may have been killed based on the new pathology report and more details about the autopsy. He said that he was not going to release any of that because of the ongoing FBI investigation. But he did say there were a few other little nuggets that he gave out. He did say that the FBI took DNA from the autopsy, so that was new that we got that officially. I mean, we kind of expected that, but he did confirm that. He also made one comment at the end, which I tweeted. He was asked sort of generally about the case and, you know, all the media attention, and he referred to it as sort of a circus. Obviously, you know, it's a small county, Teton County, so I'm sure they're not used to this kind of, you know, attention with a case like this. But what was interesting is he also referred to the case as being a domestic violence case, which was obviously interesting. So I have all that stuff tweeted, all those videos.
Okay, anything else?
Someone's asking, have I ever seen the garage open? I saw the garage open when they did the FBI search warrant, which was, you know, several weeks ago, the day the FBI was out here searching the whole house for several hours. They had the garage open that day. There was a lot of stuff in the garage, which I think is why they don't park in the garage. It looked like they used it for storage.
See, look at the lawn, okay? How high the lawn is.
Yeah, good morning, everybody in Australia. I think they might be working on another 60 Minutes episode in Australia on the case, from what I understand. So Gabby's parents, some of you are asking, have Gabby's parents said anything? Their attorney released a statement yesterday after the autopsy results were released. I have to go back and look at the statement, but basically saying they weren't going to be commenting right now. Gabby's mom did respond to the Laundrie family attorney's statement yesterday, basically saying that it was garbage. I saw she did that on Twitter.
Garbage, yeah. Yep.
Nothing new with Cassie. My interview, some of you asking about my interview at Channel 5 in the UK. Yeah, that went well. That was last week, I think it was. It's kind of, everything's a blur now, but I think that's not airing for a couple months.
I'm going to stop him with that because we're going to go look at the other.
Do you think you'll do any interviews at some point, sir?
How do you feel to know that Gabby died of strangulation in the wilderness of Wyoming? She used to live with you. How does that make you feel? Does it bother you that Gabby was strangled? Was your son involved in strangling Gabby?
anything you want to say to the Petito family?
Look how long that grass is. See his footprints in it? And then he just goes off to the other side. They're like following right behind. What if this guy is a wacko and just like clobbered? Yeah, I mean, look how he has to push that lawnmower up. That's how high the grass was. So they literally probably haven't cut their grass in over a month. I don't think I could do that. I don't think I could videotape someone that closely. Like I would feel, I don't know. I couldn't do that. I can't believe this guy is sitting here with this big video camera. Okay, and they filmed him mowing this lawn. I'm gonna fast forward it. Okay, watch for like 31 minutes. They videotaped him. I wonder if he's been keeping up with the backyard. It's hard to hear me well over the lawnmower, right? Okay. What I was saying was that, look at this guy with this video camera. I would feel really awkward filming that. I don't know. It's a little bit crazy. I mean, a few minutes, yes, but 31 minutes of it, 31 minutes. And like I said earlier today, I wonder, remember, I just said yesterday, I'm surprised he doesn't go out if they're very smug. Why didn't he put those headphones on and go out there? I'm surprised he didn't put headphones on or something, But maybe he heard us. I don't know. But, I mean, it's like 31 minutes. So, same kind of stuff. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't know. All right. We don't have, I mean, you get the gist of it, right? Okay. I think you do. All right. Let me go back over here. Okay. Now. So, okay. Brian had an interview with Dr. Brent Blue, and he explained manual strangulation, throttling, also elaborated on his comments yesterday about domestic violence. Okay, so let's hear what we heard on that. Wait, let me see. Okay, here we go.
Say that the cause of death was manual strangulation, throttling. Can you explain what that means, especially the throttling part?
Throttling generally means that it was done with human hands as opposed to an instrument. It doesn't necessarily have to be, but manual strangulation basically means that it was not done with equipment.
How do you determine that?
Well, it's determined by the nature of the injuries around the neck.
Dr. Blue says he's not allowed to get into Gabby's specific injuries because of the ongoing FBI investigation. He says her body was discovered nearly a month after she was killed.
What sort of challenges are involved in an autopsy when a body, as you described yesterday, has been out in the wild for 3 to 4 weeks?
In a situation where any body is out in the outside, whether it's exposed to the elements and insects and animals, there is various forms of decomposition.
At yesterday's news conference, the coroner brought up domestic violence and today clarified his comments this way.
There were indications that Gabby was in a relationship, a domestic relationship, which could play a part in this case, but I don't have any direct evidence of that.
So a lot of things that the coroner said he just cannot talk about at this stage of the investigation. He did, though, confirm that both DNA and toxicology tests were done. He would not elaborate, though. Marnie?
Brian, one question I had, did Dr. Blue say whether or not the FBI knew and was supportive of him releasing the information on the autopsy when he did?
Well, that's a good question, because you'll remember in that actual signed autopsy report, it was dated October 5th, which means all of this was sorted out more than a week ago. I asked him about that. He said he was holding off on going public because the U.S. attorney asked that he please not release it publicly until yesterday. What that means about what was going on behind the scenes, we're not exactly sure.
Also, Brian, we have learned Gabby's family, they're headed to Wyoming right now.
Yes, Gabby's family on the way to Wyoming right now to pick up her remains. Obviously, hard to imagine what they're going through with the release of the cause of death, but we know that Gabby will be cremated.
And the Laundrie's in the home behind you. We just saw that light on the garage just flip on. Brian Enton, thank you. A lot of questions tonight about if this is a turning point.
Okay, so now, let's see. So again, Dr. Brent Blue told Brian Enton that there are indications that Gabby was in a domestic relationship which could play a part in this case. Let me see, this is the same one. And then, okay, so let me get now to the letters, the suspicious letters. Have you heard about the suspicious letters? And then we're going to get to Brian's friend, okay? Let's do Brian's friend. Let's do Brian's friend first. Okay, so no, let's do the. No, I'm ready. Let's do the letters. Sorry about that. Hold on. Let me just get rid of this thing. Okay, so police were going door to door, confiscating mysterious letters that were sent to Brian Laundrie's neighbors, and they had $20 in them. One neighbor talked to the Daily Mail. Again, the Daily Mail is someone that pays you for interviews, and so you'll see a lot of people come out as insiders, and a really bad publication is like Radar Online. I won't even look at anything in there because they take just anybody, and you get all these people that say they're this and that. You know, it's kind of strange. But anyway, the Daily Mail, a neighbor talked to them and said that every house on the street, Wabasso Avenue, got letters. And let's see about these letters. They said, one neighbor said that an anonymous letter was sent to her with $20, asking her to use the $20 to feed the media outside and thank them. The neighbor did not want to be named, said every house on the street got the letters, not just the Laundrie's immediate neighbors. Everyone on the street was sent these letters, and it said, you know, please feed the media and keep this going, essentially. And here is, it's an image of them going to try to collect the letters. You know, we know that neighbor, Charlene Guthrie. She's given a lot of interviews, right? Brian Laundrie's father refused to answer any questions while mowing his lawn. Yes, we know that. Now, after the father was mowing, he got the weed whacker out. Okay, so he got the weed whacker out and he was weed whacking. Mowing and weed whacking after a month. Okay, and the protesters outside were saying, you know, come on, dirty laundries, come on, you guys like to strangle people, you and your little biatch, our son, it's time to wake up and face the consequences. After the protesters left, Chris stepped into view of nearby camera lenses twice, including on one occasion when he appeared to lock a door. Okay, so he was out a lot, mowing and weed whacking. Neighbors get the mysterious letters with the $20 bill inside to feed the media to keep this going. Okay, and then now we have, now this is another one, okay, with the friend of Brian Laundrie. And what I mean by another one, it's the son. Now, you might remember the son from other things, but they also pay people for stuff. So is this a real former schoolmate? Well, let's decide, right? A former schoolmate who grew up with Brian. Now, see, it's saying schoolmate while it's billed as his friend. Shares new details about what the Florida fugitive's background says. And this friend, this alleged friend, says that, hold on, let me get these off the screen so I can see you guys. I mean, you can see me. Said that he is freaked out about the possibility that Brian's going to reach out to him for help. The unidentified friend gave the interview to the Sun, describing a middle school age Laundrie as a heavy-set outcast and loner. Now, do we know that? Have we seen middle school pictures of Brian Laundrie? Do we know that he was an overweight, heavy-set outcast and loner? We don't know that, right? But have any of you seen the younger photos? I don't know. Who grew up with Laundrie in Bayport, Long Island, said that Laundrie lost weight and cut his hair in high school when he's believed to have met his girlfriend, Gabby. He was a bit of an outcast when he was younger. He was just so to himself. The friend also noted that the small social group that he and Brian belonged to was fond of guns. The gun laws in Florida were a lot less restrictive than New York, so it was interesting for him to move to another state that... Okay, I'm just telling you right now, because I'm looking at this with you, because I've been doing a lot today. Right now, I'm getting the feeling that maybe this is someone that was in his class, and the classes on Long Island are very large. And this is somebody that wants to cash in. It's saying it's a classmate, even though they bill it as a friend. Okay, to me, this is a lot of BS. I don't know, I'll take a poll if you think it's a lot of BS when I'm done. Because this person is like focused on guns. Like, oh yeah, that's the reason he moved to Florida, because of the gun laws. So, so it's interesting to find that he moved to another state that allowed that, the friend said. Because I think if this was a legit person, come right out and give an interview and give your name. Just like, Rose did, or other friends of Gabby's, people that she worked with. He said that Brian Laundrie's outward demeanor changed during his relationship with... Now, how does he know that? Just from the... So he's just watching the same police cam. During his relationship with Gabby Petito, who is a sociable and popular YouTube vlogger who documented much of her life. Now see, there right there is screaming at me, because she had just started her channel. So they don't even know that much. Okay? So they're like heavy embellishers. Sorry. And her final cross-country road trip with Brian before she was strangled to death. These last 2 years were the most public and open he has ever been. He is a pretty disconnected, off-the-grid type of guy, not the selfie type, the friend said. He implied that Brian Laundrie is a bit slippery, and quote him as saying, he's the type of person that would be able to drop everything to secure his means of not being captured and to evade arrest or evade prosecution from what seems to be a pending crime. Laundrie's old friend told The Sun that he wonders if Brian Laundrie will try and reach out to him if he needs help. And I quote him saying, he may think I would hold some, he may think I wouldn't hold some stigma, or I wouldn't care about the matter. I get calls from unknown numbers and from block callers, and my heart drops. This guy sounds a little dramatic. I'm sorry. I just think it's going to be him on the other side. You never know. Yeah, I'm sure he still has your number from middle school. And then he goes on to say, the reason it would be me is his other very close friends were also very close with Gabby. Now he's a very close friend. But I was very close with him. But you don't hear anything about him being very close to them. You don't hear him talk about dinners at Brian's house. You don't hear him talk about things he did with Brian outside of school. You don't hear any of that. So my vote with the BS detector is heavy on the BS range here. Okay? Likely just a classmate trying to get a few bucks. It's hustling. It's a hustler. That's my opinion. I'm going to take a poll to see what your opinion is. Okay? Let me see if you think, what you think. And don't be afraid. You don't have to, of course you don't. You just fill it out. Okay. Go ahead. Son's in middle school, and I'm amazed when he cooks his own pizza in the oven. There's no way a middle schooler can be described as wilderness. Probably someone that has the yearbook. Yeah, easily distracted. I agree. Normally when these people come forward in these insider things, they only give you things that anyone can see from what we know. Hey, you like the sound of typing? Hi, Peridot Eyes. So let me see. You guys are mostly saying heavy on the BS scale on the friend. So we're not putting a lot of stock. Thank you, Snow Bunny. We're not going to put a lot of stock in that friend. So Jan Esposito, hi Jan Esposito says, So this person is saying Brian was into guns in middle school on Long Island. Doubtful. You got it, Jan. Hey, Mimi. Deborah Vancouver didn't. You love the typing, Shanna? I should make videos where I just answer emails and stuff and do blog posts. You think it's BS? Somebody wanted to make an easy 500. Yeah. And there probably will be more that will come forward. You know, it's not happened to me that one of my classmates was involved in anything like this, thankfully. But in a class of several hundred to 1,000s, one of those people could say, hey, wait a minute. That guy graduated the same year I did. Let me see. Do I know him? And look through the yearbook. Maybe they were in a club together. Maybe not. Come on. It's highly doubtful that he's going to call him. And he's only talking about middle school, really. He's talking about how he changed in high school, but it doesn't sound like he really did anything with him. And now he wants to call him a close friend. Yeah, okay. I guess he figures, well, what's he going to do? Come out of the woodwork and say I lied? At least then I will say that I did it to find him. Typing videos are there typing videos? Gosh, I'm missing my calling on that. I heard Gabby's friend set up a GoFundMe. I don't know. I wonder. I believe so too. Okay, so you guys, that grain of salt on that, complete grain of salt. Good. Good, good, good. All right, let's see what other updates there are. You heard Brian Enton say their family's going to Wyoming to pick up her remains, her ashes. She's been cremated, so they will take her home. And then Gabby's mother, as Brian said, snapped back against the Laundrie's attorney, saying his words are garbage, keep talking. And that was after the coroner's report and after the attorney gave a statement. So yes, so let me see here. So yeah, his words are garbage, keep talking. That's what they feel about that attorney statement. Just that the attorney statement, you know, that Brian's only been charged with this credit card fraud, and you know that'll be addressed when he's found. At this time, Brian is still missing, and when he is located, we will address the pending fraud charge against him. Now, I want to get to... Okay, so we have Schmitz and Petito families were on their way to Wyoming on Wednesday morning to to be reunited with their daughter's remains just over 3 weeks after her body was found in Grand Teton National Park. The parents are planning to return this weekend with her ashes. During the trip, they will also meet with law enforcement investigating Gabby Petito's cause of death. Now, that is what I'm wondering about. Are we going to see more charges after the meeting with the parents? That could come as early as tomorrow, maybe, right? Yeah, could be. And so that, let me see, did I miss any other updates? Let me go back to you guys. Any other updates? You guys have any questions about that? Let me let the chat catch up because the chat is okay. Shanna says it's sad how the Laundries prioritize their murderous son so over the innocent grandchildren who probably miss them terribly. High Adventures with Beth. Christy Lova. So that's what I think, Mommy. More stuff is to come. Yeah, I do. I think they're going to have a meeting with them, and I think that's my opinion. Flyer B are all 4 parents. Yes, yes. All 4 parents are going. Hi, Kathy from Texas. So most likely his hands, according to the coroner's report. Deborah Barron, hi, Penny. I wonder if he's staying with brother-in-law's friends. He did stop at the sister's house. Wonder why. A female FBI stated that she believes someone is harboring Brian Laundrie. Irene, are you talking about Hoffenkopfer, the one with Brian Enton? What is it? Hoffenkopfer. I'm trying to think of her last name. It sounds like that. I think that's who you mean. Why do you think the FBI wanted them to wait a week for autopsy results? Wanted them to wait a week. What do you mean wait a week? I'm not sure what you mean by wait a week. Hi, John Wasaki. Hi, Linda Uribe. Up close and personal with his hands. I believe that he is in a house somewhere. You believe that, Nanette? You had your colonoscopy? I never got an answer on that I saw. Bracing the family for additional charges, Kathy Baleo says it's going to be a shite storm. Once Brian is found, brought to justice, Shanna says, I hope Gabby's family files a civil suit. Oh, yeah, you mean a wrongful death suit? Yeah, I imagine they will. MC Camps, every time I see a picture of Gabby, I can't believe she's gone. Every bit of her exuded joy and love of life. It did, and everybody that knew her said that. Can't believe Brian Laundrie took her life, her beautiful soul. Yeah, it's terrible. Everybody said that about her. Do you know if he has any family here on Long Island? Yes, there's family on Long Island. We did, Alley Cattels and I were looking into family there, but that doesn't mean that they're going to help him, after this, maybe before the fact, before they knew something, but I don't think they're going to take a chance after. I don't know. You got it and you have diverticulitis and you didn't, but you weren't very sick with it. Is it very mild? You're lucky that it didn't flare up. So you have those pockets. What are they giving you? Antibiotics? How did everything go? Did you have any other things? So that's good, right? Because they can help you now, right? What's wonderful news, American Girl? Hi, Kimberly. I believe that too. He's hiding in a friend or relative's house. I don't know. They don't have the cousins and everything, they don't have that. They're not included in that law about family members. You have to understand aunts, uncles, cousins, friends. Let's see. What do you think of Brian's connection to the 3 Moab murders? They did find keys that point to a guy. That's been ruled that it's not at all connected. They're loving it. Hi, Lori Coley. Hi, pretty baby elephant. I'd like to see Gabby's parents file a lawsuit against Brian's parents. Christy Love said. Michelle K says, I highly doubt that extended family would help at this stage, especially now. The cause of death has been released. Right, Michelle K, I agree. You think he is passed, huh? Easily, yeah. You need to follow a high fiber diet. I can't stand high fiber. Wow, okay. Hi, Sassy Darcy. I wonder if the reality of what they have done to help their son is sunk in. Bad decision. I don't know. I don't know if it's, who knows. You actually think he had more than a 4-day start, Shanna says. I think so, too. I think so. I think he had, he could have left as early as the 8th, the 7th, the 8th, and had, what, a 9-day head start? I watch, but usually chat. Pretty baby. Let me see here. So Jeff, is that Jeff? This is Hope. They are so odd, Cranky says. They say nothing and knew Brian Laundrie came home without her. Yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to talk about, okay? Did you hear? Okay, well, you guys know about Dog the Bounty Hunter, right? He said he got hurt and he's not on this anymore. And people were talking about if, can I show the end of the video showing what the lawn looks like cut? You want to see what the end of the video, what it looks like cut? Okay. But Dog the Bounty Hunter, let me just say one thing. He got injured and then he's off this. That could be just because you're like, I'm not involved with this. That could be anywhere. He's had a long head start. But prior to the coroner, he made these little kind of predictions or what he thinks happened, and I'm just going to go over that. I mean, it's to me again, grain of salt. Okay, so here we go. Come on. Okay, so Dog the Bounty Hunter urged, Gabby Petito's fugitive boyfriend Brian Laundrie to turn himself in, saying that the Wyoming coroner's finding that she was strangled makes him look guilty as sin. Okay, this part is after. Now, but he made some statements prior to. Teton County Coroner Brent Blue revealed yesterday, we know that she was, cause of death was strangulation. And on an interview that he had with Anderson Cooper on CNN, what the coroner said is that she had been strangled by human force. His best description, his now dog is saying his best decision now would be just to turn himself in. And it said that he added that the 23-year-old man's parents need to be doing more to signal Brian to stop running. Okay. And he said that given the coroner's report and his continued evasion of law enforcement, it makes him look guilty. And I quote him saying, "I can't fathom how Brian's parents can live with themselves. They need to be doing more to signal Brian to stop running," the 68-year-old told the New York Post. So he's 68. Wow, I didn't know he was that old. That's crazy. I didn't know he was that old. Okay. Then, let's see what else he said. Meanwhile, he said that he has decided to remain in Florida to continue. He's back on. Wow, things change minute by minute here, huh? This is crazy. Okay. But despite his injury, now he's going to stay on during the massive manhunt. He made a change of plans to return to Colorado because he couldn't bring himself to leave. He said the coroner's report is not a good look for the Laundrie family, adding that strangulation is not an accident. Documents listed the cause of death as manual strangulation / throttling. Throttling means that someone was strangled by human force. And the coroner clarified that there was no mechanical force involved. People can be strangled by other means. We have seen people on snowmobiles who run into wires, and that would be strangling by a mechanical event. But we believe this was strangling by a human being, the coroner added. So dog's gonna stay on this thing, okay, despite his injury. And then let me see here. I'm trying to get to the lawn mowing video. I think we did get to, didn't we go to the end? We showed the weed whacker come out on the pictures. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Let me pull this over.
Is there anything you want people to know? That you and Roberta haven't said anything. It's okay. You got my questions, right? That's good.
I got you.
Okay, so a lot of weed whacking going on there. Okay, let's see. Look at this still. This is still a big mess, isn't it? Hi, Leah Jane. Yeah. You needed to lower the mower because it was not cutting well enough. Oh, okay. Look at the height of this grass over here, right? Wow. A lush lawn, Amy Margolin, yeah. He's going in the back. Why is he going in the back? He's got so much to do out here in the front. He's probably like, I think we'll just get somebody. Surprised he doesn't have a ride-on mower or something.
Always do until the cops get here. If you want to do it, ask the homeowner. I know you. I'll do it. I don't do shit. These people.
It's so long. He's got like.
So he's, I guess, in the backyard again. Seems like you finished the weed whacking. He did seem like maybe he was gonna say something. That's kind of the reason I'm staying out here right now. Like when he was over here.
Hold on a minute. I didn't mean
It
to.
seemed like maybe he was gonna say something. That's kind of the reason I'm staying out here right now. Like when he was over here near the memorial. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I think he had a moment where it almost seemed like he was gonna answer a question.
I think that's it, Snow. That's what it's gonna look like right now. Yeah.
All right, I have to move my car because I'm blocking in the neighbor and he has to go to work.
All right, yeah.
But
Go do
if
that.
if anything else happens, I'll come back live again.
Okay, thanks. See you later.
All right, I'll talk to you guys in a bit.
All right, bye. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, I mean, and this is, let me see, we heard,
It was manual strangulation, throttling.
Is very personal, very intense, and it's something that often happens in domestic cases. And look, the coroner seems to indicate that he thought this was a domestic case, unless that was a mistake that he said that this is one of many domestic incidents. And so why would he say that if he had evidence that someone else was involved, that there was DNA of someone else?
But the attorney has repeatedly said he is representing the family and he's representing Brian Laundrie. You would not represent.
Yeah, we don't know. I mean, everybody's hanging on to that by saying that that means that he knows that Brian did this. We'll see what happens, you know. Could it be that he misspoke, or did he, you know, I don't know. We don't know. But maybe we're going to see something soon, being that the parents are meeting with the FBI and stuff. Now, that was, I don't know if you guys have questions or you want to talk and any theories you have. I'm going to put the number in Slack, and if you're brand new to the channel and you aren't connected with us in Slack, what you can do is just email. I'm going to just put the number, email just put an exclamation point email in the chat, and then Nightbot will give you the email to email if you want to call in. I'm just going to put the number in Slack and see who wants to call in with any questions or comments or stuff like that. It's taking a second for Slack to open here. Oh, there we go. All right. Okay, so Rob also said that Brian could have a nasty temper. Who's Rob? Who are we talking about? Rob, is this that friend that didn't give his name? Is that what you're talking about? Or who are you talking about? Rob said Brian could have a nasty temper. Rob. Who's Rob? Rob? I'm losing this. Brian Laundrie's Insta. Yeah, it's still up. I would come on, but I'm too tired. Oh, okay. Yeah, Brian Laundrie's Instagram is still up. Gabby's van, the police took it. It had to be processed for evidence, and I don't know if they probably still have it impounded down in Florida. It just shows how selfish Brian is. Lori says, I would rather go to jail than put my family through this. Oh, yeah, but how do we know who that is, though, Henny? You know, that can be anybody. That's like grain of salt stuff. Like, do we know him? I could do that, you know. I don't know. I could say I was in Publix when he was working there, and he had such a temper. You know. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people that say a lot of things, especially on social media, that aren't true. Grain of salt type things. Has everyone ordered Gabby bracelets? The link at Nightbot will put it down if you go to their foundation and order bracelets if you would like. I think some of them were sold out, but I don't know if you can. Did anyone find what Brian did the 7 days he went? No. Not for certain, no. The 7 days he went back home. 6 days. Carol says the DA talked to the Rusaks before the plea deal was offered. The DA flew out there and she made a big Italian feast for them. Is this case officially cold already? No. I don't know, Michael. No, it's just that he had such a head start, though. I think it'll be some time before they find him. Like I've said, even in cases where they're right on somebody's tail, like Eric Freen, who ambushed the Pennsylvania State Troopers and killed one, they were on his tail, and they found camps, they found long guns he abandoned in the woods, and it still took 7 weeks to find him. Now with Brian, what are we going on? 4 weeks coming up on Friday, right? Four weeks that we know, but he's gone before that. So yeah, I don't know, could be another 3, 4, 5, 7, 10, 11, 12, 14 weeks, who knows? I don't think it's going to be right away. I don't know. And there's always the chance he just maybe found deceased somewhere. Let's Let's see. Shauna says, the apple definitely didn't fall far from the tree. The whole family is whack. Right, Brian. He's not a murderer fugitive, and that's correct. That's correct. Right now he's not. That could change. Mimi F says, I have a feeling it could take a long time as well. Do you think the camping trip morphed into an escape plan collaboration? Yeah, I do, Shauna. Yes, I do. T-Mac says, who knows who these people are? Right, the people that are leaving these comments. Yeah, it's grain of salt type things. Shell K says, Sandra Rusak is who we should all strive to be. She's a wonderful lady. Proud to call her my friend. Let me see here. He could be in Cuba for all we know. We could, Clarice Starling. We don't know where he is. You think he has contacts along the way? He has a lot of family all over. That we did see that. No, Jamie has not been. He's only been charged with credit card fraud. Karen H says, it's a oh no, hold on, Jenny. The number's in Slack if anybody wants to call in and talk about it. How did the family go on a 3-day camping with Brian without her when they knew that Gabby and Brian were on a road trip? I believe they did help Brian. Yeah, it's very strange, Irene. Very, very strange. Jan says, I'm sure his lawyer knows some shady people to help him. I don't know if that lawyer would do it. Robert Fisher is still missing 20 years later. You sent a link to info on Twitter, DM. Robert Fisher. Okay. Adventures with Beth says, I think something is going to break soon. Too much pressure at this point with the coroner's findings. What happened, Mel Tomei said, what happened to John Walsh? What do you mean what happened to him? He's still around. He asked some questions at the coroner's press conference. Ash Lewis says, Carolyn, can you explain the timeline in the flight that Brian took while on the road trip? Okay. So allegedly he flew back on August 17th through the 23rd to empty storage units and bring the stuff back to the house. That's what we're to believe he did during that time. It doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Okay, and the purpose was to save the money on the storage units, and the father said they could store their stuff at the house. It doesn't make much sense. Even if that was the point that they wanted those storage units emptied, couldn't Cassie's husband and the father do it along with the mother? I mean, she's picking up laundry baskets like nothing out there. And the sister, if it had to be done, would you really make your son come back and then say it's to, save money? I don't think it was that. It could have very well been that who knows if they didn't have a fight or something, and that he went back and then they worked things out, or thought they worked things out, and he went back and she was killed shortly after that, according to what the coroner says, so. Yeah, I'm thinking that too, Cranky. I'm thinking that too, and I'm wondering if there's text messages between the two that the police can see that's what it is. Because if, the police by now, even if they don't have the phones, they should be able to subpoena those texts. It's 36 degrees in Alaska. Oh my goodness. It's crazy, German. Snow remover said I was just typing that. I don't know what you were typing. Penny Sue says that apparently her girlfriends knew he was abusive. If only someone let her parents know they had seen what's going on. Abuse control. Heartbreaking. Hopefully this opens eyes to DB. Yeah. Yep. Yep. 333. You would love to know everything the FBI does. Yeah. You can know it after the fact. You're not going to know it while they're doing it. Well, Michelle K., the girl, I think she's talking about when she's saying abusive, that she's talking about Rose, the friend in Florida, who said that Brian didn't want Gabby going out and he hid her license and, you know, that stuff I think she's talking about. Has it ever been determined where Gabby stayed? Well, not for certain, but I've heard, Flyer. You were typing the same theory, about breaking up. Oh, there's Mimi. Oh, new picture, Mimi. Very nice.
Hey, Carolyn.
Hey, I said you got a new picture. Very nice.
Thank you. I'm calling in just for a second. I'm so sleepy, but
I'm getting sleepy too. I know. I was like,
what do you think about? This is something I was thinking about after they had that incident in the restaurant where he was arguing about the bill and she was crying and apologizing for him once again.
Right.
Something could have happened because that was the 27th. On that ride back to Snake River.
Yeah, because that's a little bit of a ride.
Yeah, and I think that's when, because she was upset about the restaurant, she probably was just so fed up. And I think the 27th is probably the day it happened. That's just my opinion. So I just wanted to tell you that and say hello to everybody. I'm so sleepy.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, could very well be. And you're in close quarters, and if he's driving, you know, she could be getting more and more upset. And maybe, who knows, she said, you know, you pull over, I want to stop. And maybe, you know, he just kept driving, and that's a form of abuse too. You know, if you're just, we've heard that before. I mean, Amber Jones said Tim Jones would drive in abusive ways with the kids in the car and stuff to scare her.
Yeah,
So,
didn't we have a member up that said while they were married to somebody?
Yeah,
that
was Amber Jones. That was the guy the wife of the man that killed her five children, right?
And he's trying to say that she shot at him, right? That story.
Yeah, no. Well, I don't know if what he said, but she was just saying that he would drive like that a lot of the times to get her upset or angry. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because you're trapped in that car.
Right, and it's a form of abuse. You know, it's like scaring. It's, you know, you're just, it's horrible. It's it's horrible abuse.
I think now that we're all looking back at the videos and we've seen yet another video, it's so obvious what he was doing.
Right.
I feel so sorry for that girl.
Yeah. So.
But I'm gonna lay down and listen to your calming voice.
Okay, my calming voice.
Good to see you. I know you're making flowers because I hear them.
Oh gosh, I'm just folding. I can't stop folding the petals sometimes. It's
They're
relaxing.
fun. All right, I'll be in the chat.
All right,
see you later.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So let's see, mental abuse. Yeah, definitely. James Stover says, even though I'm saying it's my fault, it's such a typical response of abuse. If only they made a better dinner, he wouldn't have hit me. Right, exactly, Jamie, exactly. It's my fault. I should have done this better. I should have done that. That is a form of torture. And yeah, of course it is. Yeah, driving like that. It wasn't just mental abuse. She was injured. She was. It was physical abuse as well. Very, yeah, yes, Jamie. Correct. Correct. Why doesn't he have a riding mower with all that grass? I don't know, Mel. I was wondering that myself, because that did seem like a lot. And at the back, I don't know. What do I think about the new stickers Brian put on the van? Well, we don't know for certain that Brian put them on without her. I mean, because they were observed on the, well, yeah, I guess you could say that on the 27th. See, you know, Red, White, and Bethune had said that the stickers were on the van. You just couldn't see them or something by the angle, but they were definitely not on the van at that traffic stop. So who knows? I mean, did they buy them ahead of time and had him in there and he put them on? I don't know. They could have been that they bought them to put on and then he put them on later or not. I don't know. The worst solution for someone who is both physically and verbally abusive to say, you go sleep in your van alone in a foreign town. Yeah, Shannon, yeah. Hi, Patton Grayson. Prosecutors would have a fit if any hired lawn service. Oh, wait a second. I'm sure they wouldn't harass a lawn service. How would they harass why would they harass a lawn service? I don't think so. They don't heckle the people that deliver Amazon and stuff. Why even care about the grass? Well, because in certain neighborhoods like that, they can be fined for not keeping their lawn up. And everybody was concerned about the grass. Everybody was saying it. Like way before, like 2 weeks ago, they were on it. You know. Yeah, the numbers and Slack. He sold the mower for 2 tickets to the hockey. Oh my goodness. Homeowners Association. Yes, Michael. Sabrina, Brian didn't force them into silence. He simply exposed them for what they are. Sabrina said about the parents. Hi, help me, Rhonda. Karen H. says, MC Camps, my guess is that she didn't tell them she hid it from her parents. Yeah. Thinking that she could change him. He did not cut it very well. No, he didn't. He didn't even finish from what we saw. Wonder if he will finish. I don't know, Cranky. A lawn service wouldn't want to be seen giving their service as the name of the company is on their trucks. I don't know. Florida has an ordinance about lawn lengths, so they were probably notified. Adventures with Beth says. Maybe they did call the service and they're like, no, man, we're too busy. Who knows? The ones I feel sorry for in the Laundrie family are the grandchildren who Gabby loves so much, Shanna said. Were the lines straight at least? Well, there weren't too many, and it was so thick that when he was walking in and after he mowed, it was leaving big like footprints in it. It had to be like raked up, or it had one that like sucks it up into a bag or something because he waited so long to cut it. And then it didn't, like, the blades were low enough and it wasn't doing a good job, and he was actually having like to lift it up over some of the grass, and I think he just got tired and he got the weed whacker, and I don't know what the freak he's doing. What is my theory? I think I said before, we had said by looking at the dirt thing, we had mentioned Fort DeSoto before it was ever mentioned here, that that's one of the places he would go, and then not even knowing the family went camping there, and then the other place we mentioned was the Appalachian Trail, another place he was very, very familiar with. So yeah, could very well be that, but there could very well be other things. He could be set up somewhere. He could have that 8-9 day head start. What if he is just set up somewhere else under a different name with different idea? There's so many places now. They've completely lost his trail because of that head start he had, in my opinion. Am I the only one that believes Brian? No, it could very well be, Shanna, that he got on a boat, or he worked in one of those co-op boats under an assumed name, and I don't know. Grass that high, they needed to weed whack it first. The lawnmower was not good at cutting it. It's possible. You think he's hiding in plain sight? He very well could be. Only insured he'll be in prison longer, Brian Owen says. No, that said... No, they said you have a dirty laundry. This channel is great, Sabrina says. Glad I recently found it. Well, welcome, Sabrina. What nice to have you here. Is that Sabrina or Sabina? I'm sorry. I should put my glasses on. I think it's Sabina, right? Sabina. I knew it's Sabina once when in 8th grade. She was from another country. She was an exchange student, I believe. No, Jamie, that was not. That was false. That he went live on Instagram. That was false. That was false. That would be crazy if he was in the house, but would make sense in a way because no one's seeing him. He's been under the swamp, but I guess not. It's frustrating. Yeah, I don't think he's in that reserve. I think that was a ruse. Wild goose chase. The best scent for dogs in the world. I've been through that house. I've heard she talked to her parents from the police car, but I've never seen it confirmed. Exactly, Karen H. And it probably wasn't her parents. She might have just said that. Because she might have been afraid they would call her parents if she didn't say she was talking to her parents. We have no idea. Her parents have not mentioned it that I have ever heard. Lisa Gardner, hi. Lisa Gardner said the parents need to man up. Enough is enough already. Give them a lie detector test. Christy M says there's a picture of Brian in middle school out. Oh, was it out before his friend or? Yeah, I still don't put a lot of stock in that friend. Let's see. Laurice San Filippo. Hello. Let's see. Whoever is sending the neighbors money to feed them right on. Well, they collected all those letters, I believe. The police did. There is nothing outstanding about him. Carol Boyce says, average height, average weight, put on a cap and a mask and you blend right in. Hiding in plain sight. Yes, correct. I wonder if the moms, I think this is what it is, her name is Roberta. Could he hide on a boat? He could, Kathy Allison. He could hide on a boat. Could hide in a lot of places. Social pressure is a useful tool, Sabina says. Hi, Tony Monty. She said, I still think it's Gabby's dad sending the money. You think it's Gabby's dad sending the money to the neighbors? I don't know. If he's hiding on a boat or nearby, he will need supplies. He will need supplies, yeah. When you were hiking on the Appalachian Trail or any trail that many people are on their own and even use a trail name. He was very familiar. There are a few photos surfacing from his past. Okay, Michelle. His parents don't need to do anything. They have an attorney. That's their constitutional right, Wine Wonder said. Flyer B said, why so much fuss over the letters that the neighbors received? Was the money to help? The money was to buy food to feed the media folks. Yeah. I don't know. I guess, I don't know. It was, I don't know. I can't answer why they fussed about it. Okay, wait, something. Oh, Kathy, okay, good. I'm glad I changed you. Oops, hold on. That's not the. Did I put the web? Oh, I put the web in. Oh boy, did I do that in Slack too? That's probably what. I put the wrong thing in Slack for the number. Hold on. I just put the web link and not the. I didn't have the phone. Let me just put that in. Hang on. Yeah, and if you want to call in and you're not in Slack, you could just send an email to Carolyn@truecrimechat.org. And there we go. That's what we need. Hang on. Okay. All right, and trying to see if there was. So there is something else. Gabby Petito's friends react to her cause of death. Gabby Petito's death was ruled a homicide, and on Tuesday, the coroner said that she died of strangulation, and her friends spoke out. Alyssa Chen told People magazine that it makes me sick to my stomach. I wonder what was going through her mind, knowing she was probably about to die. She must have been so scared. And let's see here. There's only one friend that they have, and they say friends. Okay. Yeah, that was it, Alyssa Chen, so I don't know what that's about. Form a little mix. Okay, so that's that. Let's see if there's anything else here. Kathy, you have the number. Yeah, I don't know. They're showing the same picture. I've seen this picture before. And this doesn't look like, this is a high school picture. Supposedly when he cut his hair and lost weight. I haven't seen any chubby middle school pictures yet. Batman shirt. He had quite a beard in high school, huh? Interesting. All right, let me get back to the chat. Kathy Baleo, the number is in, it's been emailed to you to call in. Hi, Mrs. Calabash. Justice Forces, yikes. He may cut the grass. They're probably not allowed to cut the grass at midnight. They probably have certain ordinances that they're not allowed to probably start a lawnmower or something like that with a certain decibel level too early or too late. Oh, there we go. This is right. Hi, Kathy. Oh, she's connecting her audio. Okay. Hi, Kathy. Oh, she's still connecting. I thought she had it by now. Oh my goodness. It was found directly north of where they were parked. You emailed Michelle? Okay. Oh, there's Kathy. Hi, Kathy.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. Before I thought you were underwater. Okay.
Oh,
It sounded
how you doing tonight?
Okay, how are you?
I'm okay. I just wanted to say about the cause and manner. I'm very grateful for the Petito families that Wyoming has those statutes in place that all of the information is not released until trial.
Right.
Gratefully, they're going to be very happy when all of it starts hitting the fan, that nothing has come out until trial. But the trial is going to be brutal for them. That's if and when he gets caught, and if the coward doesn't take his own life.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Or if he doesn't take, the plea deal too, and not have a trial, skip a trial if he is charged.
I don't. Excuse me. Do you think Wyoming would offer a plea deal? I mean, it's
I don't know.
Execution state. I don't know about that.
Well, Colorado had the death penalty too, but I don't know. You never know.
Well, I mean, with the Colorado case, I always thought that that oil company, the gas company, was behind all of that. I know there's a conspiracy theory.
No. That's not true. I'm friends with the family. That is not true. The oil company is not.
They didn't have anything to do with the plea deal?
Not at all. Not at
I
all.
don't know why they offered it to him. I really don't.
Not at all.
Then that's really a shame.
I don't know. I mean,
But,
I think it was just, I don't think he wanted any of that stuff coming out. He was very, very concerned about appearances and looking like a good guy. Yeah.
But he's, I don't know. I mean, in his twisted logic, maybe.
Oh, no, 100%. He says it with his own mouth. He says, I hope people don't judge me on this. Everybody used to say what a good guy I was. I want to still be looked at as a good guy, and I'm not judged on this one event, is what he said in his word to mind.
That's unbelievable.
It is. It is.
Those poor people. I watch her cook all the time, and it really breaks my heart while she's cooking that I keep thinking about what these people's lives must be like, knowing this. It's incredible. It's just incredible that they have to live their life carrying this weight with them. I mean, Mrs. Rusick is just very forgiving to the Lord, and I would love to feel that way. I'm too vindictive, I think. I don't know. I'm not evolved enough. She's very good.
They didn't know how Bella suffered until after.
Really?
Yeah, that would have been a different story.
Didn't they say, Carolyn, on Dr. Phil, that if they had known that prior to the trial, that they would have gone for the death penalty?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, no, she tells me that to this day. Yeah, they had no idea how Bella suffered until after.
Oh, God.
Yeah. So.
That's horrible. But I don't know. I just wanted to say that I do believe, like you think, that there's something with the FBI meeting with the family. I think hopefully by the weekend, as I said in the chat, that we'll have more charges.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully.
I mean, I know that this is a procedure that they follow. I was involved very peripherally in a murder case. And when they were going to charge him, even on my outside person, they did tell me that they were going to charge. But I hope that they get some kind of satisfaction from meeting with the FBI. And they're going to bring their girl home, and that's not the way she should be coming home at all.
Not at all. Oh, thank you, Nanny Love. Thank you, Nanny Love, very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's not the way she should be coming home, but it's just horrible. And hopefully, I know the next thing they want is justice for her. And so hopefully there's a lot of DNA and everything on that they have, that they were able to get to really point the finger at who did this,
Yeah, I mean, I found it really heartbreaking every time there was a question about the condition of her body. And the coroner saying she was outside for 4 to 5 weeks.
Right, because
I know.
Listen, let me tell you something. There are people that cannot get enough. They want, how they wanted autopsy pictures released in, for Shanann and the girls. They were trying to get those autopsy pictures. I mean, it was like sickening. It really was, and it was like, are you kidding me? Why do you want to see that? The people that had to retrieve the children are traumatized. Okay? Why would somebody I really question that. And I know some people say, and there are people that say, oh, I'm not a bad person. I just, I'm in the medical field or whatever. And but there's some things that, okay, just stop. Okay. Just stop. They're not going to be released. You're not going to get them. They're not going to be released. But, people
They did the same thing with, I'm sorry, go ahead.
They just love to discuss it. And I see it happening in this case again. And there's like so much speculation and so many people are like, I don't know. They're like giddy almost. That's how I can describe it. Giddy, talking about all the different ways something could have, it just, and I mean, it's grotesque. And this is someone's family member. This is someone's daughter. I mean, this is ridiculous. Would they like that? I just, there's no decorum anymore. I think people just have no filter. They say what they want to say. They don't think that anybody's there. They would never say this stuff or discuss this stuff if they knew the family was 10 feet in front of them. But it's just, it's terrible.
It becomes somewhat of a obsession, almost like when you have all the photos, like in the Watts case, just so much content on the internet, photos, videos, to where you almost feel like you were there that day because of all the body cam footage and just the amount of stuff that was released in that case. That, I mean, I'm originally from Canada. We have very strict rules about, the kind of things that can be released. And when I first, heard about that case and saw the amount of stuff that was released, it was shocking. But then for people to want more and more and more, it's like that negativity bias in psychology where people just crave bad news and they just they want they want to be involved, and it becomes like an obsession, and it's almost where they see them like they're some kind of a celebrity of some kind, like an untouchable, and they just have to get in there and put their theories out. And it's like it's never been like this before. It's because of all the technology and the media. That's what it is.
Yeah, and it's because you have people that have like no formal training, not even in like communications or anything. And they're, think they're newscasters reporting on cases because they can go on YouTube and anybody can open up a live, right? But it doesn't mean anybody has the tact or the class or anything to do it. And like I said the other night, 3 different creators kept using the term, did he choke her out? When did he choke her out? I'm like, what kind of, what they also then say they're professional or whatever. What professional would ever use that terminology ever? Okay. And, swearing, cursing, just disgusting. I'm sorry. It's just so it's disgusting to me. It is.
Yeah.
It's
the same thing with Lacey Peterson.
Yeah.
They wanted those autopsy pictures more than anything else. And I was like, the coroner could not be clearer. He was in the water for 4 months. What do you think?
Yeah, I know. They're just like, I've got to see it. I got to see it. I got to see it.
Helen said, I think it stems from the Jodi Arias case and with the autopsy photos. And like those photos were some of the worst. I mean,
I can't stand it. Ugh.
I just, it's unbelievable that the public has access to those photos. Like, how does it benefit the public?
Not
Just
at all.
to
Not
have
at all.
access to those photos.
No, and every time you type in Travis Alexander on Google, you know how when you don't even want to see it, it'll give you the first row of images? It's horrifying.
And now that's how he's remembered.
Right.
That is how he's remembered now.
And that's how the family has to. If they ever put his name in there, well, that's what comes up. You know what I mean? This is horrible. There was no need for that to be like that. Yeah, that's just horrible.
It's a shame. I don't know.
Yeah, everyone's desensitized.
Yeah, and and just, oh yeah, I want to see that. I want to see that. And even if they read like a description, it's horrific. Like the little girls in the oil tanks, and there was the description of what it was like during the retrieval, and certain things that happened, and people still want to see it. And even though they know, the people will come out of there and say, "Oh my gosh, that was unbelievable." Like even Tammy Lee told Chris, do you know the people that had to retrieve the body? Just what you don't even understand. They will never get over that. And I just can't believe someone like will just wants to go see it and visualize that. It's
especially when it's children.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know why they.
I wouldn't want to see.
I mean, it's horrible. And then those same people would be the ones that would be all over the internet showing those pictures and describe, and then the family members are stuck with it. I mean, no one I don't believe anyone should have that, and I'm glad they kept them sealed, and they will forever be sealed. It's just, it's crazy.
Until the trial.
No,
I'm worried about the trial.
Well, yeah, if they have a trial, but no, I was just talking about it in the Watts case. Those will forever, will forever be sealed. And yeah, we'll see if they have a trial. We have to find him first, and first they have to get some charges, and got a lot of steps before that trial.
Yes.
Yeah, got to get that. Find him.
Do you think that he would have the nerve to go back to the West?
I don't know. I mean, we don't know where he could be. I think they really dropped the ball. He had such a head start on them, and it is really like looking for a needle in a haystack.
Yeah, he's so far gone now.
Yeah, he had so much time. He had so much time with. I don't know. I feel kind of discouraged with the search for him. You know what I mean?
Well, how is he eating right now? Like I mean, you can live off the land for a certain amount of time, but like someone said something to the effect of that it's going to start to get colder soon, and it's true. He's going to have to move south.
Well, if he is indeed, I mean, there's a lot of different scenarios. And like someone said, what if he is working on one of those boats? What if he is, there under a different name, and he's out there and nobody suspects anything, and then he'll get food there forever, as being a worker on a boat like that. What if he is in a different country under an assumed name and nobody's looking for, you know what I mean? So there are a lot of different things it could be. I mean, otherwise also somebody could be dropping stuff off, and he could be in a certain location, or I don't know. He had a lot of time. That's all I know. He had a lot of time to plan. And I just wonder if he searched for anything on those, hard drives and things that they took from his house, but it doesn't seem like that's leading, them to him or anything. So I think he was smart enough to plan for that, at least, and not search there, And they say he didn't even like a phone. He might not be a real techie guy. Maybe he just does everything like old school.
I was wondering if you thought that he went. I was thinking that maybe he went out west. He could be a migrant worker. He could be cutting wool. He could be harvesting fruit. They are always in need of people, and they don't ask questions.
He could be a
lot. You want to come and work?
And they pay cash.
Yeah. And he could get food there too, and.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
And then he'll have money. He'll have money to buy stuff. Mm-hmm. I mean, all he has to do is grow a beard, or shave a beard, or grow his hair, do something to alter a little bit, not even a lot, just a little bit.
Until they get comfortable. Yeah, until they get comfortable and they slip up. Look at John List, how long he hid right after he killed his whole family. He had a new life and everything, and I mean, but they've, that was a long time, but I don't know, it's, It's crazy. I just feel like, wow, they just dropped the ball so bad. But, you know.
Do you think the FBI was part of that decision?
But you know what? In all actuality, no, I don't think he could have been gone before. I think he probably was gone before they even found Gabby's van there. Before they even knew, the police even knew what was going on. Because on the 10th is when Joe Petito was going there. So maybe even if the very least he left on the 10th, he would have still be gone by the time they come and get the van on the 11th. And then, you know, they handed the lawyer's information after that. So he might have just been gone. So they would have found out sooner if they had asked to speak to him. I don't know what they could have done, but they said they never saw him. So, you know, it's crazy.
I'd like to speak. I'd like that neighbor. I'd like Brian Enton to talk to the neighbor who says they saw him mowing the lawn.
Yeah, and then one neighbor even said that they saw him, and if it's the same one, that cleaning out the van, you know. But how come, yeah, maybe the FBI's telling her to be quiet. I don't know.
I mean, unless there's a reason why they're not coming forward because the FBI has sanctioned their speech, that could be. But unless that's happening, I don't see why they wouldn't just confirm that he was actually there and we actually saw him. I always thought that mowing lawn story was a little iffy.
Yeah, and Allie Cartel said Robert Fisher is still missing 20 years after killing his family and burning down the house in Arizona.
Oh, that's just great. Could you imagine?
Good. I mean, it's possible, you know, depending on, you know, where he is, what he's doing, how well they planned it. You know, I mean, it's different. That's 20 years. They didn't have as many cameras, as much surveillance, as much intelligence as they do now. But look, who would think he could evade, you know, that, like, where are the cameras? Didn't they see him and it's too late, or they looped over and, you know, I don't know. It's just annoying. But somebody somewhere must have seen something, you know, so it's just crazy.
Did they ever have his image in the car, in the van? They had the plate, but they didn't have an image.
Well, we don't know. I mean, we are not privy to that yet. But yeah, that's all. You know, you wonder if what other stuff they've got of him. You know, but by the time they figured it out, probably most of those security cameras in those places just tape over every day. They don't save that stuff. And so if you don't get to it fast, then it's gone.
Yeah, they got to that really fast with the Dulos case.
Mhm. Yeah.
They had all those images, all that camera work was in their possession that night, pretty much.
Yeah, yeah. That's good when they can get it like that. But if they don't, and I'm so surprised that more people on that street didn't have Ring doorbells and things.
I was just gonna say that. It is so bizarre. Because, I mean, I don't know about you, but like when I go for a walk in my neighborhood, almost every house has one.
Yeah. And nowadays, especially in developments like that and in Florida, and you would think, you know, I mean, I'm so surprised that there weren't more, you know, cameras and things. It's just weird. Friday, you never heard of that?
Well, hopefully we'll have good news for the Petito Schmidt family by the weekend. That's my prayer tonight.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see how that goes.
Yeah.
I'm going to bid you adieu. What are you baking, Carolyn?
Well, I'm not baking. I'm folding flour leaf while we're talking.
What were you going to be baking?
Oh, I'm going to be baking my pumpkin cookies and things, but I didn't get it tonight. I was doing some more cleaning, organizing, stuff like that. So.
Okay, I look forward.
Okay.
To the baking.
All right.
Have a good night.
All right, you too. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. So, yeah, I don't know. It's such a strange thing. So, and it's to the point that, how long are they going to stay out there? And we've had cases like, I'm trying to remember, where you wonder if something's like people are waiting every day for something to happen, and then it just gets to be a long time and you like almost forgotten about it. Just like Maya, I don't know if you're familiar with Maya Miliete. I mean, did you ever hear the gunshots?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and all of that stuff in the freezer and this and that, and yet husband is still, and he's a person of interest, and they even went back and they have more search warrants, and still, he hasn't been picked up.
Yeah, it's unreal. It's unreal. I always wondered about the satellite footage because, they've talked about how technically, like, if they really wanted to, they could get satellite footage of, for example, if someone had committed a crime and they knew like a vehicle was parked at this spot at this time or whatever, they could go back and see if it would be possible to, have those photos or that footage, but they can't do that. I mean, it is possible to see it, but they can't do that for every case. But it just, sometimes I wonder, like, they should just check them. They should just get that footage and they'd be able to find him or her. They'd be able to solve so many crimes, but.
Yeah, I mean, people like sometimes get upset with the cameras, but if we really had more of them, if we had like, how you want sometimes like real live cameras, so wherever you put an address that you would get immediate, right? Hey there, look at that. But
one day,
and it'll deter a lot of crime because they'll know, gosh, I'm being watched all the time, and then people, but it's
getting harder and harder to get away with crime.
It is.
With all the technology and the DNA and everything that we can do, like in law enforcement, and it's just getting more and more difficult. Yet we have so many people who are.
Right. I'm really interested to see the text messages, because if he did go home because of a breakup or something, it's going to show in the text messages, especially when he was on his way out. And if something was going on, if he was abusive in text messages, that'll all be seen. So I just wonder really about that almost week trip that he was gone from her.
Those will be very telling. Very telling.
Yeah, something is really up with that. That. I think. Can anyone check satellite images from the past? Is there an app? Snow Remover wants to know. Not that I know of, Snow Remover. Yeah, hi, Scooter. Let's see. It makes me wonder if Brian is watching MRB. Well, High 61, sometimes they do, but I don't think he is, because I just don't think he would. I think that was a big problem. He didn't want her doing so much of this. Social media and everything, and then the brother-in-law saying he didn't even like phones and stuff. I don't think he was really into the social media, and I think he knows that he could get caught. He probably has one of those crank radios, that you have. You just wind them up, and they use them during outages and stuff. Or if you're in the woods, right, in a survival kit. I have one of them. They sent me one up from my blog to review it. But yeah, he probably has something like that, I would bet, and he could listen to whatever news on that. I don't picture him like out there with iPads and all kinds of stuff like that. Maybe his family members are watching. Maybe Roberta is. Hi, Roberta. But because that's not uncommon. With other, who was it that was always? Was it the Red Wine guy that was watching podcasts? Wasn't it him that he was watching them? And or somebody else.
What do you mean? His father, Dylan's father?
Yeah. I think he was watching stuff. There was somebody recently in a case, and they found out the guy was going to podcasts and YouTube videos and watching. Yeah.
The criminal was?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Well, why wouldn't they? I mean, if they have access, right?
Right, right.
They're going to want to
And-
see what's being said.
Yeah.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi, Scooter. I never know who you are because you always have a different name. But it's nice to see you. I was gonna say it's some of them are so narcissistic that they like feed off of it when they feel like they're getting their 15 minutes of fame. Like they love it. They just love it.
Yeah, some do.
Oh
yeah,
definitely.
Yeah. Allie Cattell says Barry Morphew was. Yeah, Allie. Yeah.
Hi, everybody in chat.
I know the judge during the Tim Jones trial. They used to take so many breaks, and we would say, "My gosh, are they taking any more breaks? Oh my gosh!" And they actually named their clock, and the judge would respond and say, "Yeah, we're gonna take another break because."
Was it that trial?
Yeah, and he'd say because of the people on YouTube that keep telling us we're taking too many breaks, and that yes, and they named their clock, and he was really playing to the audience. Yeah,
I remember that now.
that he took so many breaks in that trial. That was crazy. And that lady had that weird thing that she spoke into. Right, when she was doing the court transcription.
Yes.
Yeah, that was prior to COVID. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think so. Hi, sure. Oh my goodness.
I don't have the chat on, but I'm saying hi, everybody.
Hello. Let's see. If Brian Laundrie is watching, then he would have to be able to have internet access through his phone. Yeah, for him, I don't think he is. I really do think he's probably one of those with like that crank radio, if anything. And he's going to off the grid kind of guy.
Yeah.
If he is, yeah. Who knows?
Wouldn't it be something if this is one of those things where he's not caught for 30 years?
Right. Or on the other hand, if he's off on a boat somewhere and somebody's on the boat and has social media, he could be, but then maybe he'd have to be careful if they recognize him, especially if the reward, what is that, a reward goes up, right? Then, yeah, he could be fair game for anybody. So he wouldn't want anybody on this boat if he was on a boat, working on a boat or in any of the farms or whatever to recognize him.
They also said if he ended up in Mexico, for example, which I personally don't think he did, but if he did, with all the crime down there, like he'd be kidnapped and brought back for the money. Like
right.
Or held on to as the money climbed, and then cashed him in literally cashed him in at a good time. Like he could be being held for that reason as well.
Right. Frankie says eating snails off bark. I don't know.
I have a feeling he's nice and cozy and comfy.
Yeah, maybe.
Where do you think he is?
I have no idea, but I just have a feeling he's all comfortable wherever he is. Just my feeling. I could be totally off, but
I just think his parents don't see, I think his parents know where he is because they don't seem very worried. Like if they were really worried that he was out there and I just don't think they would. I think you would be able to see that more in them.
Yes,
they seem to be kind of smug. You know what I mean? It's not
that's true. I didn't think of that. They would probably be talking to the cameras and that, Brian.
Because you'd be like a nervous wreck, right? Yeah, if you really didn't know where your child was and you didn't have any idea of what was going on, you'd be couldn't even if you tried to hide it, you can't. You'd be a wreck.
Yeah, that is true. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I think that proves that they know for sure.
And he probably would have mowed that lawn a long time ago, because a lot of times when you're like that, you either can't stop doing something that's like that anxious or that rage kind of cleaning, or just you've got to be doing something. You just can't sit there and leave those thoughts in your head. You're You got to do something. Got to do something.
Yeah, I bet they know. They do know. You're right on that.
And even if they don't know where he is, if he's trying to protect them from possibly failing polygraph in the future, if they ever end up taking one, which I don't think they will, but even if they don't know where he is, they know that he's not dead. They know that he's okay somehow, some way.
Right.
Because otherwise they would not be so chill. They would not be so closed off. They would not be gardening,
Right, and how the father was smiling during that reserves, like if he thought his son was really in there and he could be coming across his body any minute, I don't think he'd be smiling and laughing with a guy like that,
No.
Yeah.
That's true.
You'd be on pins and needles if you thought they were going to, oh my gosh, you might come and pound my son. They might find something.
Right.
But like, even if that was, if that was your child, like, and they've murdered somebody. Personally, I would think, unless you have some kind of sociopathic tendencies yourself, I would think that you would want to do the right thing and, help not only law enforcement, but help your child in the long run by, just facing justice, like, just taking responsibility and I don't know. I'm not a mother, so I can't really say for sure, but I just, as someone with, I think I have good morals.
Yeah.
It's just not normal behavior at all. Like Carolyn, like you have sons, like what do you think about it?
Yeah, no, I told my son, I said to him, if you came home, because we were talking about this, I said, if you came home without your girlfriend, we're going to be like, hey, Michael, where is your girlfriend? Your fiance, where is she? And then, then people will say, well, what if he told the parents a story? But if my son told me a story, something, crazy, like, oh, well, Mom, we got in a fight and I left her, I just took the van to go for a ride, clear my head. And when I came back, somebody murdered her, right?
Yeah.
The first thing I'm going to say is, oh my gosh, where is she? They're going to think you did this. Like, let's say I'm really naive, right? And I'm thinking like, okay, this is a stranger that did this. And he's going to say, I covered her up and no, you got to call the police now, right now, and tell them what happened, because there'll still be that guy's DNA or that whoever, otherwise you're going to get their rap for it. So if he told them a story like that, I don't see why they wouldn't call the police. If he told them someone else did it and he just, left her there, because he was scared or he panicked or, all the kind of things that you would hear in something like that. But then if he said, oh, you're not going to believe this, and I don't know what the relationship is with the parents. Now, do they think it looks like they think the world, revolves around their son. But supposedly, according to the mother liked Gabby, but maybe he said, oh, you're not going to believe what she did, you know how she is, she did this, and she started attacking me, and, and they may just believe everything he says. And then he says, and then I just, give her a little whack, and, she fell down and broke her neck. Whatever he could tell them. And maybe they're thinking like, oh my gosh, I don't know. I still don't think, that you'd say like a life on the run, no, because you probably say, well, tell the police the story and, you've got to go tell someone something. I don't know. That's how I think I would feel, because what kind of life is it to help your son go on the run? He's never going to be able to be with you again or do anything. It's what's the plan? Like, I just don't see where that's going.
Right. I agree. I've always thought from the very beginning that he came home and told them that she was the aggressor. Like, I think he came home and he made his parents believe, and he had them
Oh, and he had
in
that
the palm of his hand.
Yeah, and he had that police report. He knew what the
Yeah.
police said, that she was the aggressor. So
Exactly.
he's going to say, "Look, well, I got this police report, and all these guys that said I was the one that was the victim."
Right.
Yeah.
So they're going to believe me.
And I think his parents at that point, when he told them, I think he told them, like, I pushed her and she, she fell and hit her head, and I just, I'm so upset, but I just, I've killed her and it was an accident. And I think that they bought his story and helped him. And now that the cause of death is out and they know that there's no way that's possible, now they're like, oh crap, what do we do? But they're so far into this now, and they know they're going to be charged with aiding and abetting. I think they're like, well, there's nothing we can do now. We have to and who knows, they may not, like I said, they may not know where he is now, but I think they know he's okay, and they're just trying to keep their mouths shut. I think their lawyer knows what's going on, and their lawyer's telling them, don't come out and say anything now. I mean,
yeah, there's a Liam Neeson movie, right, from a while ago where the teenage son does something and the parents cover for him.
Oh,
do you
that's
remember that?
Oh, wait, no, I'm thinking of another one, a newer one. Where
I
the
think I know what
girl
you're talking
does
about.
something.
Yeah, the son's a teenager, and I don't know how. It's like some kind of freak things happens when he's out with his girlfriend, and I'd like to watch that again.
Was it Cold Pursuit? Was that what it was called?
No, let me look it up and see what it was. Let me see.
It does sound familiar. But like I was saying, there's a newer one,
Yeah.
like a year or two old, on, I think it's Netflix, I'm not sure. But where it's the girl, a teenage girl, that that somehow accidentally kills her friend, and the parents cover it up. And it just goes on and on, kind of like a simple plan. You know what I mean?
Oh,
it's one
yeah.
of those type of thrillers. It's really good.
Let me see.
You
Cold
find out
Pursuit.
things
Oh,
really
yeah.
kind of
Well, no,
what
that's
they are.
Avenges the Son's Death. No, it's not Cold Pursuit. It's Before and After. Let me see. Is it that one? I think it's Before and After. Let me see if that's the one. Before.
The one I'm talking about, I think, is called The Lie.
The Lie? The Lie. That
I
sounds
think so.
That sounds familiar.
It's Netflix or Prime. Can't remember which.
Yeah, when
Might be
teenage
Prime.
son Jacob is being accused of murdering his girlfriend, the well-respected and close-knit Ryan family is in turmoil. Jacob flees. Father Ben destroys possible evidence. The village community turns hostile, and Mother Carolyn is forced to temporarily close her doctor's practice. Then Jacob gets arrested and soon finds himself and his family entangled in a web of truth, trust, and lies, all on his way to court.
Oh.
Yeah. And the other one you said is Lies, but it's not Liam
The
Neeson.
Lie. I think
Oh,
it's just
The
called The
I
Lie.
feel like I've seen that, The Lie. The Lie is a 2018 psychological horror film written by Vina Sud. The film is a remake of the 2015 German film We Monsters. Is that the one? Divorced father Jay drives his daughter Kayla to a ballet retreat.
Yes, that's it. That's
On
it.
the way, they find Kayla's best friend Brittany on the side of the road, and they give her a lift
Yep.
to the same retreat. And after pulling over so Brittany can go to the bathroom in the woods, Jay hears Kayla's scream and finds her sitting alone on a bridge over a river. Kayla claims that she pushed Brittany off the bridge. Jay checks the area for Brittany's body, does not find it, and assumes she drowned and was washed away. Kayla finds Brittany's purse, and they go to see her mother, Rebecca, an attorney. At Rebecca's home, Kayla tells her that she murdered Brittany. Brittany's father, Sam, arrives in search for his daughter. When he speaks to Kayla, Rebecca lies, saying she's at the doctor. Later on, Sam gets suspicious. Okay, that's another with the lie.
It's a lot better than it's sounding right there.
Okay.
It's really good.
No, Scooter, I agree. That was like a very good movie, especially for true crime fans. That was a very good movie.
Oh, so you saw that?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
It had a good twist at the end too, didn't it?
Yes. Did you see Stillwater?
Hold on a second.
What is it called?
There's a little pink towel.
Stillwater.
There's a little pink towel.
I'm not
Hold
sure.
on. I'll be right there. I'm right here. Hold on one sec.
Where? Here?
I'm gonna get it. Yeah. Here. Oh, okay.
What's Stillwater about?
So, it's about this guy whose daughter is living in France and gets herself in trouble and is accused of murder. And it was when it first came out, it was reminding everyone of the Amanda Knox case, and she actually mentioned, like, she came out and mentioned, I think she tweeted it, that she was upset about this movie coming out because the trailer really made it seem like it was loosely based on her story. Anyways, it was a very good movie, but after watching it, I realized, it's not really based on her. But there were a lot of similarities for sure. But it's another really good mystery thriller. Very good.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that one.
Yeah, it's Matt Damon's in it. It just came out. It just came out not too long ago.
What is it called? Stillwater?
Stillwater, yeah, very good. Very good movie.
Matt Damon's good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
Stillwater.
But very, very, when it first came out, I was just saying that Amanda Knox talked about how she was upset about this movie coming out, thinking that it was based on her life and how she wasn't, going to be, I guess, worried, obviously, about how she was going to be portrayed.
Stillwater's based on Amanda Knox?
Yeah,
It's not based on her, but people assumed that it was because the trailer really leads you to believe that it was. Like, if you watch the trailer, all you're going to think about is Amanda Knox. But the movie itself, after watching the movie, it's very different. But the way that they, I think they used that as like a tactic as to advertise it. But it was still very good.
Oh.
And it's where
I do remember something about that.
Where is it playing? Is it on Netflix or?
I think at this point it might be out of theaters. I think it's on YouTube. It just came out not too long ago. Actually, yeah, it came out end of the summer, I think.
Stillwater, I'll have to look it up. He has to be with family, Shade says, or a family friend, maybe money transferred to them to take care of their son. I don't know. I think at this point, family being, when they see how the parents are being treated, I don't think they want I don't think they want to be associated with that. And especially like Cassie's family and everything. I don't know. I don't think they would continue to do that if that was, but it's brand new, Michael says. Okay, still, all right. What's the matter, CS? What's the matter?
Who's that?
This is my Maltese. She just had a bath, so.
Are you kidding me? Oh my God. How cute.
Jimmy just brought her down. That's what. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. She's so cute. She looks like a little baby in your arms. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
You smell nice.
I thought that was a stuffed animal. No. Or a rabbit.
What happened?
Carolyn, I asked in the chat earlier that I wanted to know when you sleep. And I got a couple people saying they were curious to know the same because I've always wondered that. As long as I've been watching you, I'm like, when does this lady sleep?
I actually fell asleep last night when Lisa D was on. I didn't even hear a bunch of stuff.
No way!
I went into the massage chair and And then she was talking and talking, and then I got up and like Roots Calhoun got on and knew he was going to town, and poor
Roots
Heart.
came in?
Oh yeah,
Roots
and poor
Calhoun?
yes, and Lisa and Heart Made Wise had to like control him. And she's like, just think about what you're saying, and then you can control your language. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. So yeah. Yeah, Lisa was telling stories, and I was falling asleep, and then I'd wake up, and she'd be talking about something I had no idea what she was talking about. Yeah, Allie Cattell says it was funny. Oh my gosh.
Now this one's what, Zoe?
No, this is Sassy. Sassafras.
Oh.
Sassafras. Sassafras.
Sassy. Okay.
Yeah.
Sassy.
I got
Sassy.
we got her at the same time when we got Zoe. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Right, baby?
Aw. I just rescued a dog not too long ago, and I've never had a dog before, but now I understand the dog mom love.
Oh yeah, what kind of dog did you get?
She's a Pomeranian Chihuahua.
Aw.
And she was abandoned. She was found abandoned. She had been abused when I got her. She had scars all over her body. She was, spinning in circles. She had been attacked. She cried all the time.
Oh my God.
It was seriously the most heartbreaking thing ever. But I got her, I started giving her some dog CBD and just, loving on her. And she's made a complete turnaround, and she's precious. And
where'd you get her at?
There was a local rescue it was actually the lady that runs it. She just collects all these dogs and rescues them, and then does these events in front of dog stores around the city. And I had gone to look, but came home with one. And honestly, I truly feel like she rescued me, she really did. And we're just like two little peas in a pod. So I wonder if I can, if I change my photo, if I change my Zoom photo, I can put a picture of her up there so you can see her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see
If you
her.
want.
Yeah,
Okay.
sure.
All right. She's a diva. I'm just warning you. She's a real diva. Yeah. She has her own little couch.
That's making me cry.
Little couch. Her own little couch. She has her own little couch.
I'm so glad she rescued her.
What state is she? Is she in Colorado?
I don't know. I'm not
Why
sure.
am I thinking Colorado? I don't know. Maybe.
Are you talking about me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
North Carolina.
Oh, North Carolina. Okay.
Oh, that's right.
That's
North
right.
Carolina.
Yeah. I don't know why I'm thinking Colorado.
Yeah.
It's
Can I
that time
change
of the
my-
month for me, so I get real emotional.
Aww.
What did you say? Why do you get?
I said it's that time of the month for me, so I get real emotional.
Okay.
I don't know if you just heard that, but she snorts all the time. And
My
really?
chihuahua does. One of mine does that all the time.
It's hilarious. And I'm like, and it always happens when I'm on an important phone call or I'm in a meeting, and I'm like, I promise I'm not farting. It's my dog.
Oh, that's like Nana Patty. No, that's like Nana Patty's dog. Yeah, it always sounds like, and I always think people think that's me or something.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
And on
I'm
the
like, what the freak? Okay.
Yeah, she has to talk like that too.
On the podcast, she does it all the time. And I was editing out her snorts, and it would take me 5 hours to edit a podcast because it was every few minutes, or she'd interrupt us in the middle of a sentence and we'd have to start over. And now I'm like, nope, the snorts are staying in. She's now part of the Deadly Divas. I need to put her in our little logo, but no, you'll hear her. I'm trying to figure out how to get the picture on. Hold on, I think I.
Oh, you don't want to just turn your camera on and just show her?
Not really.
Okay.
She's just lying in bed, but I've got a really cute picture of her in her little sweater. And so I'll put that on. Hold on a second.
So I bet she's all spoiled now, huh?
I guess if she
Oh,
has
yeah.
her own couch.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, no. It's
Who
gotten
else
to the
said
point.
that? Was that Lori Ann
No,
had
no.
the couch
Oh,
for her little dog?
oh, but yeah, oh, yeah. What was Chanel? Coco Chanel?
Yeah.
Yeah. Coco Chanel was too spoiled. That was crazy. All the clothes and the pajamas. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Sassy. She's loving being all clean, isn't she?
Oh, she's good. She's good.
Did Jimmy trim her too, or no?
Yeah, Jimmy trimmed her.
This is
Jimmy trimmed her.
first time.
First time.
I trimmed like a little.
Oh, I
Jimmy,
usually.
I want to bring my three, and you can bathe them, please. Cut their nails.
She got in something, honey. I don't know what it was.
Copper and garnet.
Like what?
I don't know, like a whole bunch of little, like maybe leaves and stuff. And,
Oh, those little stupid furry
I don't know,
things.
it was
Yeah.
all blue.
What'd she say this little pup, well, the dog's name is?
I don't know. I missed
Rosie.
Rosie.
Rosie? Aw. Is that her
Yeah.
regular name?
No, she didn't really have a name. Well, she did not have a name actually. She was found near a trailer, like wandering, and was abandoned by the owners.
Oh my God.
So the rescuer called her Gigi for a little bit, but only for 2 weeks because I picked her up right after that. And so I decided to call her Rosie because she makes me happy, and when I'm happy, my cheeks get rosy. So she's Rosie.
Aw.
She makes everything rosy. I got her a Chanel. Well, it's called a Chunel purse.
Purse?
Well, it's a toy. It's a squeaky
Oh,
toy.
it's a toy. Okay.
It's a soft. No, I'm not that crazy. I mean, I might get that crazy, but not yet, anyways. So, okay, I'm uploading it. 1 second.
Okay.
Okay.
I think I'd be better at technology, but no.
Can you tell what this is?
A fly. Oh, I thought that was a fly swatter at first. A rose.
Yeah, my first one with crepe paper.
Nice.
I just finished it.
Looks good.
Thanks. I gotta do the green
Little-
part.
The little
You know.
leaves. The little leaves.
Yeah, the little leaves. I did it for you because you keep saying, I don't know why you
Yeah,
want me."
because I don't know why you didn't make it with us online. You said I'm getting my stuff, and then you didn't come back. Remember?
Oh, last night?
Yeah, you said I'm gonna just go get my stuff, and I'm gonna do it
Oh,
with you.
because I went down the rabbit hole on that auction.
And you never
I
sent me the
you-
link. Mm-mm.
I sent it to you twice, lady.
You're sending it to
Yes,
somebody
I
else.
did. Check your
Not-
messenger.
I did. I
It
did.
even said that you saw it.
No,
It
that's
said
not me.
seen.
Not me.
Yes.
Not me.
Maybe Jimmy looked at it then.
No, I don't think so.
Maybe he deleted it.
No, You wouldn't do that.
And I sent it again. After
You did
said
send it
didn't get
again?
Yes.
I'm going to check it and see if I got it this time.
It's there twice.
Wait, Sassy. Wait, Sassy.
All right. I don't know if it's showing up for you, but I've got
it is. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so that's her when I first got her. Not too long. And then she, you can tell she's a little timid. And yeah, and then this is her now. Well, pretty recently.
Oh
wow.
How long have you had her?
I've only had her for about 3 months now. So she's, and I'm pretty sure they say like it takes about that long for them to start to realize that, that's their new home. But
is that your real house right there?
Where did you get the couch?
The couch I ordered on Wayfair. Super cute. Yeah, super cute. I saw it on Pinterest actually, and then I was like, I need to have that. So I found it on Wayfair.
Wow.
Yeah. And
is that your real house?
No, it's her fake house.
Yeah, that's my
I didn't know if it was a background or something. Oh my gosh, that's so pretty.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
White carpet or cream carpet or rug or something?
Yeah, I got that before the dog. I don't know like really how long that's gonna last, but it's pretty, but it's not really dog friendly. But no,
she looks so happy now.
How do you know how old she is? Did you say?
So they predicted she was between 4 and 5. So yeah, she's only like 7 pounds. She's just teeny tiny. I actually just bought her a new toy box, and it's one of those toy boxes that have the openings so that the dog can like get in there and get their toys out. And she can't even reach it. Like her little legs are too tiny. They're like, 2 inches, 3 inches tall, not even. So yeah, I'm like, well, I'm gonna have to get a new toy box for her because it's already tiny, but it's way too tiny for her. So I bought the smallest harness.
Wait, just 1 second. Sonia? Yes, we can take calls. You didn't send in for the number I just checked. I sent a number to somebody, but you didn't send one to me, Sonia. But Sonia, I think I've seen you somewhere, haven't I? Has anything happened recently? Because I think I've seen you somewhere. Are you calling in for the right reasons?
Sonia who?
In the chat.
No, I mean, is that just Sonia or what? What's
Sonia St. Pieri.
Oh.
St. Pieri. Yeah, but I didn't get an email because I'm checking my emails, Sonia. I don't have an email from you.
I'm so glad you have her. Well, that she has you actually.
Oh no, I'm glad that
She's
I have
beautiful.
because thank you. Yeah, she was a true blessing. I don't know. It's nice when you rescue for sure because there's just so many dogs in need, and
yes.
It broke my heart. I wanted to take them all home,
Yeah, right.
Joanne later. Irene, yeah. Where did you see that, Jeanette? Where did Jeanette see that? The Laundries are just unreal, Margot said, with their complete silence. Yeah. Yep, they are. Yeah. Just.
Yes, they are.
And all the fun. You guys are having a lot of fun in the chat. That's good. You got Jeanette knows a lot of these cases. I'm surprised Jeanette doesn't know about the Vallow Daybell case, really. Can you believe that?
She doesn't?
No.
Did you hear the voicemail? Did you hear Lori's voicemail? Or not voicemail, but phone call that was released for the insurance company?
No, I didn't get to listen to everything yet.
Oh.
Is it funny?
Okay, it's not in my opinion. In my opinion, it is funny knowing that she was just like I could tell in her voice she was kind of
in shock,
like pretending. Well, she was like pretending to be sad. She was like, "Oh, it's my husband." She's like, "Well, what's the policy number?" She goes,
wow.
"Oh, here's the policy number, and I'm just it's really hard." And then she goes, "Okay, ma'am, I'm just gonna ask you a couple questions, then we can like open the file." She's like, "Okay, that'd be great." I'm like, "Oh my god!" Like she is like, "I'm gonna get the million," and then it's funny because that the lady on the other end of the phone can see she's not the beneficiary, and she thinks she's the beneficiary. And yeah, it's
wow.
kind of, it's priceless that like he changed it and she had no idea because.
Who was it changed to?
Well, it was changed to his sister Kay.
Oh, okay.
And so she got the money, but when you listen to her call in thinking that she's about to cash in $1 million, it's just kind of unbelievable. And then the lady was like, how was he killed? Or how did he die? And she takes this long pause. And it's like almost like you wonder what was going through her head. Like she wasn't expecting having to answer that question.
Right.
And she goes, "Well, it was a homicide." And she said, "Well, how did he die?" And she goes, "He was shot, so I don't really know what to say." Like it was very like scripted. It was very weird. Yeah.
But did they tell her on that phone call that she's not the beneficiary?
No, they didn't. They said you'll be emailed within like 3 to 5 business days, and they're going to give you the information and let you know, the steps to move forward. So it's like everyone's commenting on that video saying, "Oh, what they would give to like see her face when she found out that she wasn't the beneficiary like she thought."
Right. Yeah.
So
I would love to see that. See her face.
Yeah.
Sonia, you've been sent a number. I've sent you a number.
Does she want to call in about the case?
I think so. That's what it says. Let's see. Bunny Darling. How are you? Amy Margolin, Jeanette, Natalie Holloway. Yeah, I'm just surprised Jeanette doesn't, because she knows about almost every other case. I'm just surprised.
Why don't you know about this case, Jeanette? Is she in the chat?
Okay, I'm just going to hold on a minute. I'm just going to make sure that. What, that noise?
Yeah.
I don't know. What is that? Is it? We got to check that out. Let's see.
Honey, you want me to put Sassy away now?
I got her. It's okay.
You got her?
Yeah. Got her. Just want to make sure.
Yeah. Make sure. You don't want to get a surprise like I did.
Right.
2 times.
She's connecting to audio. I think Kathy Baleo went. I'm going to just remove her
because somebody's been connecting to audio.
Yeah. She was leaving. I don't think she knew how to leave. Kathy. Let's see now.
Little Rosie. Sweet little thing.
Is that couch washable? Is that does that come off? Is it washable, the slipcover?
A really good question. I really hope so. I'm about to go look at it right now. She has not had an accident on it yet, so I haven't really had the need to check. But oh yeah, it is. It is. It comes right off. How fabulous is that?
That's good.
She is absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. Yeah, she's my no American baby. When I told my mom I was moving here, she was like, "No." She's like, don't come home with any babies.
Sonia, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Hi, Sonia. St. Pierre.
Do you have a question about the case?
Well, the other day, I had sent some questions here in the chat about the keys that were found on the Moab site.
Is this? Are you talking about in connection to the other murders?
Yes.
Yeah. There's no connection between this and the other murders, between Gabby and
I don't understand that though. Those are Brian's keys.
Why do you say they're Brian's keys?
Well, it's supposedly, like I say, I don't have it written in pen and paper in front of me, but those keys go right back to Brian. He worked at a gym, a rock climbing gym, and it has like a keychain on it, which is the gym that he worked at. Now, I'm just curious, when he flew home on the 17th, whether or not he was going home to go and get a set of keys or talk to his parents or do something to make arrangements. But on the other hand, he left Gabby there for, what was it, 5 or 6 days? Now, her father paid for, her father paid for that motel and for her to have a pizza. I mean, she was taken care of. Now, she knew these girls from the Moonflower, where she had blogged from 9 to 3 on the 12th.
Okay, hold on for a minute. That woman wasn't there on the 12th. They've already said she wasn't there on the 12th in the Moonflower. She had work there, but she wasn't there at that time. And I don't know, there's a lot of speculation, but I don't hear, like, where are you getting all of these facts that you know her father paid for that hotel? Because I don't know that. I've never seen that.
That actually came directly from the father. He
said about food, but I didn't hear that he paid for that entire week at the hotel.
Yes, he paid for the pizza. Yes,
right.
Okay.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, not the hotel.
Right. And Gabby paid, I'm assuming Gabby's credit card had paid for the motel. Or they paid cash, either one.
Yeah, I assume. We don't know. Yeah, we don't, right.
Right. Like I say, this is all speculation.
Okay.
Now, someone, and I cannot remember for the life of me, I can't remember, somebody had got a copy of her debit card or credit card that was used, and it said all the dates right up to from the 17th. Evidently her billing date was on the 17th of each month.
I have a quick question. How in the world could somebody get a copy of the billing statement for her credit card?
I have no idea. The guy that had gave it, he is a retired FBI agent, and he brought it on to this other guy's, I won't say the other guy's show, it was his show, and I can't remember who it was. I'm gonna have to go back.
Here's the problem is I can't. Okay, like, let's say I want a copy of your credit card statement. I mean, how am I going to get that? I'm going to have to hack into your bank account or whatever, and try to get it. This is going to be, the FBI is not going to release that. And then this retired guy, he might be full of beans. I don't know who it is, but that's going to compromise an investigation. So I think even if he was retired, he wouldn't let something like that out. I don't think the FBI would appreciate that kind of stuff out since they're not releasing that, but I don't know where this is coming from. But there's a lot of channels that spout a lot of conspiracy, and a lot of them that pretend they have people on there that are not people, and they manufacture stuff. So you've got to be very careful about what's going on.
Yeah. All right, so we'll skip off in that part for a minute. Now, you say that the lady, Kylan, was not working the day that Gabby was sitting there from 9 to 3?
I have to say something off topic. Doesn't Sonia sound a little bit like Lisa H? Doesn't she have an accent like Lisa H, kind of?
I'm from northern Maine.
You're from northern Maine? Yeah, well, Lisa's in the Adirondacks, but you sound a little bit like her.
Yeah, a little bit.
Like, I thought she might be punking me, but okay.
No.
Okay, all right.
No, I would not be doing that. No way.
All right, okay.
No. So, anyhow, all that I'm saying is they were there working on her blog from 9 to 3.
Right.
Somebody, when they left there, somebody saw him hitting her or whatever.
Slapping
they ended
her,
up getting pulled over.
Yeah.
They ended up getting pulled over by the cops.
Right.
And I don't know if Brian suspected that it was the lady, Kylan, that might have called the cops on him because they were arguing, because Brian was upset that she was taking so long to do her blog. And come to find out, it wasn't Kylan that called it in. It was the stand-byer on the street.
Right.
The 911 call.
Right.
Okay. So, anyhow, I heard that, of course, they had put him up into a motel, made her look like she was the one that was putting the abuse on and whatnot.
Right.
That place where Kylan works, where's that place that the other one worked? Was it? Yeah. Is it the Moonflower? It's a bar.
Is it the? It's not the Tumbleweed. It's I know. I know which one you're talking about. Yeah.
Mary Piglet.
No,
be right
the
back.
Mary Piglet. That's where they had the fight. That's
okay.
That's where they had the fight on the 27th.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Well, anyhow, that's only a 7-minute walk, and if you look at it on the GPS if you was to just look up the area, you can actually see it. The motel that he stayed in, it's like diagonal right to right where she worked. I just really think that, like I say, speculating, my opinion, I think that these two cases are related because after that lady had found the girls, I mean, God forbid, I mean, just terrible. The father and the searchers that were out walking the property found the set of keys that were actually not in the mud, but they weren't just dropped there more or less within a day.
Can I ask where did you hear they found these keys? Where did you get that from?
Goodness gracious. Oh.
Do
you have a Facebook? I can send you all of this
Yeah,
stuff.
I do. I have my page is True Crime Chat with Mommy Ramblings.
Okay. Can you just send me a friend request? Mine is a picture of a dog.
I'll send you a link to my page, and there's a place to message me there.
Yeah, okay, because I can look back in my history, and I can get you all that. I mean, because I mean, they did turn the keys over to the FBI,
All right, I'll take a look at it if you want to send it through.
which is good. And they linked back to Brian because Brian previously, I don't know when, but previously had worked at that gym with kids doing the rock climbing.
All right, I'll take a look at it. Yeah, I sent you my link. You can send me a message of what you have, and I'll take a look.
Okay. Now, I've been listening to you ladies here this evening, and you're talking about emotions and stuff, and the parents and this and that and the other thing. I mean, these guys are acting way too cool. They have not a care in the world, no worries. It's like as if their
the
son is on a honeymoon and having a good time.
Yeah.
There's no worrisome at all.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, they're just...
You know, I mean, I totally agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to come home and, you know, I mean, act like nothing's wrong, say he didn't tell his parents.
Right.
Well, why if they're good parents, why wouldn't they say, where's Gabs?
Oh, yeah.
You got a van, where's she?
Right.
You know?
Yeah. She lived there.
Did he lie to them to say, oh, well, she's here, she's there? Well, of course, they know that. None of that's true now.
Right.
So I'm like you guys. I cannot imagine any parent, I mean, even the worst parents that are out there, God forbid, I think they would still be curious where the heck their boy is.
Oh, yeah, because even if they, want to sit, just would be worried about their son, like, our son's not a murderer, we got to find a way out of this, where is she? Like, just even try to protect their son. Yeah, and so, I think there's definitely, they know a lot more than they're saying.
There's no news conferences. There's nothing.
Yeah, no.
I mean, just nothing. And
no, and if they were really distraught, they would come out and they'd say, "Look, we're totally distraught too. Like, we don't know what happened, you know." But they haven't said anything.
And they would be pleading, please help me find my boy.
Right, so we can find out what happened and stuff like that. Yeah,
right.
But nothing like that. You know, they're just
Now, another assumption, you know, I mean, if I ain't holding you girls up, but just while I got you here on the phone. Now, another assumption is back in June of this year, they had put this guy, John Freeman. Have you looked him up?
John Freeman. Doesn't sound familiar. Who's he?
He was put into a mental institution for the rest of his life because he did exactly what happened to those Moab girls. He did the same exact thing to those girls. And he escaped. He was in the area at the same time that these girls and murders happened.
Well, that sounds like it could be connected. Where is he now? They don't know where he is?
I don't know if they caught him or what. But the biggest thing that got my attention, and I know they sell the same tents at Walmart. I mean, that's what people have told me. But he's got the same tent. They found him, I think, and he was camped out. He had a golden retriever with him. He had escaped from the mental institution that he was put there for life term, and he had escaped from there and went on this expedition. And he's such a nutcase. He made a bunch of fake Facebook profiles, and that's how they supposedly caught on. This guy's in Utah. He's from Kansas.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yep. So anyhow, they're looking at his campsite, and he has the same exact tent as Gabby and Brian had. I mean, it's identical.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know how popular that tent is. Maybe it's very popular amongst people, you know.
Yeah. But all that I'm saying is that, I mean, it's just kind of weird, okay? Now, the part about Brian happened to go take a shower and all this stuff. Now that we know that Gabby was the manner of death, why would, number one, he have to go take a shower? It would have to be fake alibying himself, wouldn't it?
To take it. Wait, who is taking? I'm sorry, because I was. Allie Cattail sent me something. So say it again. Who's taking the shower?
Well, if say Brian, you know, I've done the story on that other guy. His name's John Freeman.
Right.
And he actually did the Facebook, and his name was John Holt.
John Holt. Okay.
You can look that up. So back to the Brian situation. After he did what he did to Gabby, why would he be possibly bloody? Why would he have to go up to that place where you can take showers and stuff, where he hitchhiked to get rides? And
okay, but didn't they say that TikToker was that she's coming out to be not credible? I thought they said that she had done this before.
Oh no, I never heard that. So yeah, okay, that's their debunked. But one hitchhiker did, right?
No, I don't think
And
that
that's
was
confirmed.
that was the only one. The other one saw the van parked somewhere in a parking lot, but
Right.
yeah, that hitchhiker lady, that she was the only one that said that, but she never said he was bloody or anything either.
Okay. Now, did they say where Gabby actually went the night that Brian was put up in a motel?
She was just staying with the van, but they never, we never know where she was. We don't know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now, there was somebody that was camping not far from where Gabby's van was spotted by these other bloggers that showed the back door supposedly closing.
Yeah, I mean, the jury's out on that. Like, I've heard some creators say, like creators that I trust, say that they think they
Yeah,
might, or
but
but that it might be
they did-
pixelated, or it could be optical illusion, yeah, and all that stuff. So,
But what I'm saying is that just the location, whether or not it's been
oh, the
tampered
location,
with. Okay,
yeah, that's where the Bethune people found it on the 27th.
I think that's actually the location kind of diagonal from where they found Gabby, okay?
Right, yeah.
Now, what I had heard, like say, I mean, now that I got your thing, I could send you I've been following this hot and heavy
Okay.
too, but anyhow, the night that Brian had stayed at that motel, he had supposedly went to the bar. The two girls, Kaylin and Crystal, were at that bar. They left. They had two vehicles and a motorcycle.
Right, but
Okay.
he didn't drink. They both didn't drink, is what Gabby had said. And
Yeah, but he wouldn't need to drink if he was stalking them, what I'm saying. But see, he hated anything. Nobody could look sideways at Gabby and he wouldn't be affected. It was like he'd get pissed off if the wind blew the opposite way. I mean, anything could trigger him. I'm just saying
right, yeah.
that, he was, and I mean, some other guy said that he witnessed him at the bar.
Yeah, that guy, I don't know. I don't trust that guy. That guy,
Well, I know,
he gave
But
me weird
anyway,
vibes. Yeah, I don't that
right,
guy.
but it's just really weird. Now, they said that some freaky guy was following them. You must have heard that.
The girls,
That
the ones
freaky-
that were murdered, right? Yeah. But
Right.
you know what
Now,
I wonder
that freak-
about those girls, Sonia? I wonder if those girls that said that some freaky guy was following them, if they texted with anybody, that they could have sent a photo. Did they get a photo of the creepy guy following them and they texted it to a friend, and maybe that's how they ruled out Brian was the guy? Or, like, what's in their text? Did they text a mother or father or somebody and say, hey, this creepy guy is following us. I got a picture of him. He's creepy. Or describe him.
Exactly. And that's what's great about technology and phones these days. Everybody's got one.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
So, yeah, but I think that they're not allowing us to have that get out.
Right.
That is one, what you just said, that is one way to say it cannot be Brian.
Right.
But why would why would Brian's teas be at their campsite? Because that campsite was just like, you could see the campsite from where Gabby was murdered to the campsite where Gabby stayed in the camper. And there was a lady that was supposedly in a fifth wheel camper, and she said she went outside and was going to make herself a cup of hot tea or something, and there was a girl that was outside of Gabby's van. They had came in around 3 a.m. that morning, or 4, and she seen it parked right behind their camper, and she seen one lady get out. And then she's like, well, whatever, they got here late. She went back in her camper, had her tea, and then that morning when she got up, she said that there was somebody that was hiding in a they had like a sweatshirt that comes up with a hat that they could hide their face. A hoodie. There you go.
Yeah, right, a hoodie, okay.
Yep. And they said that it was a small person, which Brian is kind of a little wimp, but Brian could have been hiding at that time. Now, if he would have let Gabby in on all this information, that this has happened, or whatnot, number one, she could be scared crapless. Number two, when he left on the 17th, the girls weren't even found until the 18th. Okay?
Right.
Gabby's all by herself. What in the heck could have been going through her mind?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she had, I wonder if she even knew. Sometimes you think because
she knew. Because I spoke to a friend of mine that lives right in Utah, and they said it was like plastered all over the media, all over the news, everything. What happened to that couple? Everything. It was just plastered. And if she was staying in the motel in the airport, if she was staying there, she had to have seen it. And say this here when Numbnuts got back on the 23rd, she brought it up to Brian and said that's when shit hit the fan.
Well, they said that, did you also heard about that, the restaurant thing, and then they had that long drive. So, it could just be that she was really upset about that restaurant thing and said, I can't believe it did that. I was so embarrassed by that. And then in that ride, they got really heated. And when they stopped, that just something happened and he.
Yeah, it was a 45-minute ride, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And then if they were getting on each other's nerves for 45 minutes in a car, you know what I mean?
After eating that day. I think that was on the 27th.
Yeah, the 27th. And that would fit along with the timeline of that. So I would think it would be, if anything, related to all of that happened at the restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
She might have said then, look, I can't, you're too erratic, I can't do this. If I'm going to be a van lifer and you're flipping out like this in public, because this would have been like the second time, right, at least, because before the police stopped, she might have said, this is embarrassing. I'm not going to have people saying, oh, there's the van lifers and he's beating his girlfriend up and then he's fighting with the staff and I don't want to do that. And maybe she just said, look, I'm going to embark on this on my own. We're going to go back to Florida and I'm going to pack up and leave. And that's the worst time to, do anything to someone if they think that's when they're going to do something to you, if they're like that, when you're going to leave them. Right? So that could just be that. She could have just had enough. She should have just seen like, you're not supportive of my website to begin with. And yet I think maybe you're doing things purposely you know, to make people look at us and embarrass me that I'm not even going to want to post anything.
Right. Right.
You know?
Right. Yeah. Now, when they had got pulled over that day, Gabby only had a phone, he didn't. But later in the conversation,
he has one. Yeah.
He pulled out a damn phone.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, now, did you? I won't ask you because I know you had to. Did you watch those two separate cams that they put out?
Yeah. I have them on the channel. Yep, we watched them. Yep.
Okay. Did you look closely at his face in the first one, and then look close at his face in the second one?
In which part? Like for what? Are you saying injuries?
Yeah.
What did you see?
He has nothing.
He has nothing, right? But she has.
But in the next.
Yeah, in the second one, would you say you saw the injuries?
Yeah.
I see the. You see the on his eye. I can see it. He's got the above his eye.
Yeah, but it's not in the other video.
I don't know. I'll have to go back and
the
look.
Video where the cop had walked up to the side of the driver's side and whatnot, and he's trying to explain his way out of whatever, and when he's looking at the cop, there's no injuries. There's no injuries to his face.
I'll have
but
to
when
look.
he gets out,
I'll have to look at that.
Yeah, but when he gets out of the van, at the same stop, I mean, just a matter of minutes, after they put Gabby in that truck, he comes out, and he's got damage to his face. But he did not have it when they first walked up, and more or less like, they didn't shine no light, but he looked at him and was like, just upset, and she's this, and she's that, and whatever, and, tried to explain himself away. But when he actually exits the van, they're like, well, gee, I just noticed that you got some scratches up above your left eye. And he's like, yeah, she's, this and that and whatever, and you can see it. He did those things to himself from the van to the time he come out of the van. That was pointed out to me last night.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, wouldn't it be bloody? It would be very bloody if he just did it. Because it was like, it looked a little bit like it was healing. That's what I'm saying.
It kind of does. It looks like he scratched himself. And I'm telling you, if he didn't scratch himself with his own fingernail, he scratched himself with the damn keys. Because his face was not injured when he was sitting in that car, when that cop walked up to his window and said that, hi, how you doing today? And, oh, good job, sir, and whatever he said after that. While he was sitting in that car, he had no injuries to his face. None. It shows it perfect. And then when they released that second body cam, soon as he gets out of that vehicle to come around to the side in front of the Gabby's van, and it would have been over to the passenger side and was walking toward him, he's got what you call it. So while they were dealing with Gabby's situation, he had plenty of time to scratch himself with those keys. But I'm just saying there's no injuries to his face. But now he has injuries to his face when he gets out of the van, which would make him the victim versus Gabby having the little bruise on her face and
where they messed up that, that the caller said that he was slapping her. And then, even the cop said going around, we thought you were, we were coming around a really dangerous guy or something like that. And they didn't even, it was the lamest thing. Like, I don't know, here, they're never just going to come up to your car and just go like this, hey, what's going on? Oh, all right, okay, 1 minute, I'll be back. No, they're going to ask you immediately for your license and your registration.
Exactly. And insurance.
Yeah, they didn't ask for anything. And, and he just walked away, and I couldn't believe it. And I'm thinking, like, how do you think he's not a dangerous guy just because he's a small guy? Is he not dangerous? That didn't make any sense. So that whole thing was bizarre.
That's what I wondered watching that video. because I kept thinking, did they ever ask for ID? They never
The
did?
other thing is they pulled him over for a possible DUI.
Right, because of the
And
curb
then-
thing, yeah, the curb, yeah, and they didn't even ticket him for that. And he was speeding well above the speed limit and hit that curb, and yeah,
Did they ask for his ID and everything, driver's license?
and not at that time.
Well,
That's
they-
what the time you would
No.
ask, you know, when you come upon
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, they only asked for that just before they went to let him go. When he finally pulled his phone out.
I thought that they had pulled him over because they were trying to find them because the 911 call that came in about
but then as he was watching them, they started speeding, and then they hit the curb, and he was like, "Whoa!" He like freaks out, and he goes, "Whoa!" And then he gets out. But then the other officer in the second camera, when he goes up to the side, he just basically goes up. He doesn't even like give him like that long. You know how they are. They'll come to your window and they'll keep looking at you like you did something. Like, what do you do? What? And you're like, you know, then at the time you're going, what was I doing something wrong, officer? Right? You know, like, 'cause you're like, why did I get stopped or whatever? If you weren't speeding or something. I mean, they're really like they're like just scanning you out. You know, like, and then they'll ask for your license.
They almost had cropped.
Yeah, and then that cop just went up and he just like basically looked at the guy. He was like, "Oh, what?" And then Brian gives this stupid little explanation, and he just walks away and goes back, you know, to Gabby, and then later says, "Oh, I thought we were going to come upon a dangerous guy here, just because, wow, he can be dangerous to her. Come on."
If I was
Can you pull that video up while I'm right here on the phone? You'll see it right there.
Yeah, I can pull it up. Hold on, let me get it.
If I was going to a stop like that and I knew that the person inside was slapping his girlfriend a little while earlier and he was driving erratically, and you can't even see into the vehicle from behind like a normal, like a van or a car, it was, you know, obviously very difficult for them to see who was in the passenger seat from behind. So like, would you not have your hand on your weapon? Would you not be telling them to like put their hands out the window and approach more cautiously than they did? Like it almost seemed very odd. I don't know if
it almost seemed staged.
Well, no, but I think it also has something to do with the fact that they weren't policing in a big city. Like the area that they're policing in is quite rural, and so they don't approach situations quite the same.
Right, but Gabby's face had it written all over her that she was in a crisis.
Absolutely,
I mean, so okay, yeah, I'll give them that. Okay, they noticed that she was upset, so they didn't say turn around and what's your name. You know, they didn't go by the book. But I mean, how in the heck could they ignore? I mean, she had scratches on her face. Oh well, he grabbed my face, but it was my fault because I hit him first. And I mean, they didn't take pictures of her scratches and shit, but they did his.
Right,
on that video.
Yeah, I know. That's right. Yeah, I agree. They were asking him a lot about, and that's when he was like, the first video when they said, "Oh, you've got some scratches on your arms," and he was like, "Oh, it's no big deal." And then I said there was something whack with him saying that, because if she really did attack him, then he wouldn't be just so dismissive of that, and he was dismissive of that because he was guilty. And I just put her down. So then,
well, he said that a wire did it.
No, that was on his hand. But then on the second video, you hear them tell him again about his marks, and he says, I gave her some too. He says that I gave her some too. And yeah, that's just crazy. And they still were just, you know, even with the report and everything, just like crying out loud saying that she was the aggressor, which was ridiculous.
Yeah. They both should have been arrested.
Yeah, that would have been helpful. Yeah, either both or and should they at the very
least. And then it could have been. It could have been evaluated.
Yeah,
and further.
They should have got her mental health treatment too. You know, mental health. If they thought she was having a mental crisis, Then why didn't they get her mental? Yeah, why didn't they get her like some mental health, like a crisis counselor? You know.
But go in slow motion on that first on that
Yeah,
video.
I'm getting it.
And you'll see he has no defensive wounds, none on his face, nothing. He's as clean as a whistle. And then from the time that cop walked away from his window until the time he actually got out of the vehicle and come up around the back, he had wounds. He inflicted them himself.
Okay, let me pull this up.
We're gonna go down there and look around for clues.
Okay, let me just skip this. All right.
They almost look like moles to me, but and I'm like, he didn't have them in this picture. There's no way there was moles.
Okay, hang on. Let me pull this over. Okay, you're gonna have to look on YouTube to see this. Okay, but everybody else will see it at home here.
Hey, how are you?
That's. When does he go up to Brian?
Zoom right in.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if this is right before. Oh no, he's already out. This is the new released. Oh wait, is this the first one or the second one? This is the. Maybe this is. No, this is the second one. So why isn't he going right up to the? Did we already? Oh, there he is. There he is. Okay. Hold on. So okay, I see. But is that? I think. Are you sure it's not on the right side that he's got the?
No. If you keep watching it, it's on the left. It would be. Excuse me. Yes. Look at that. It would be on the right side of his face. Yep. Look on the right side of his face.
Well, I mean, he definitely does not have anything on the left side of his face. Okay, so but
I don't want to try and defend my.
I don't think we can.
I pushed her away. She gets really worked up, and when she does, she swings, and she had her cell phone in her hand. So I was just trying to get her away. But yeah, we have talking about fiance. What's that?
Okay, see, that's the end, and we can't really get. Let me do it again. It doesn't really give us a. Let's see. A good view of that side. Because they're on his right side, right?
It would be on his right side.
Yeah.
Right up by his temple. And his cheek. Top of his cheek by his eye. And it's as clean as a whistle, there's nothing there. But it's very visible when he comes out around the van to talk to them behind the van. But now he's got marks.
Good, hey. We got a call about a male hitting a female.
Let me see what the chat says. I want to see what the chat says. What is the chat saying? I just want to see what they say because they're watching it too. I want to see what they say.
Can you see the chat, Michelle?
Yeah, I can
can.
see it. Someone said, I'm confused, or a Heart Made Wise said, I'm confused why people keep saying the officers didn't notice any marks on Gabby because in the body cam video, the officer does notice and presses her to tell him what made them.
She gets really worked up, and when she does, she swings, and she had herself.
Someone said, oh, hold on.
Okay, let me just go ahead to where he's out of the van for a second. All right, let me find him. Right there. Let's see.
We were more worried about what kind of a guy you are from what we heard. But in talking to your girlfriend, it sounds to me like maybe this is not so clear cut. So, did you already give a statement to this officer? I got this gentleman here. Yeah. And this gentleman noticed that you had some marks on your neck. Yeah. And she's got some marks on her too.
I gave her some, it says.
I know you probably already told your story. This officer's probably going to be the one handling the whole case.
Yeah, but they're pretty visible on his now.
Yeah, and then you tell him what happened, will you? If you don't mind. Sorry. You get it from me. If it sounds the same. I'm going to check my car. Get some noise out here. No, leave your office on. Past week or so, driving around. The flies here, like being finished.
If you were saying that he didn't, Bluebell is saying that the officer did notice. Yeah.
But he didn't notice anything though when he first walked up, because there wasn't any.
E.F. Hutton Grayson said it would be his right side because she was the passenger. Yeah, that makes sense.
You want Gatorade? You want water? I got some water. Prefer water?
I'm sorry, I only drink water.
I don't blame you.
Alright, let me go back up to him again. Let's see.
So if you go talk to her and we
Because
find
there's
out,
one place right around here where you can see him very visibly. So why, I don't know why. Yeah, he's a little blurry there. Let me see.
and then that gives you time to get a protective order, a long-term one if you feel like you need one.
I'm just trying
So
to
if you go talk to her and we find out you're not in trouble, she'll be in trouble. So it's in your interest to...
It's hard to see it right there because for some reason the sun is beaming down on his head.
You don't know anyone in town? You guys been here how long? No, I don't know anyone in town. Is she with?
If you other girls can go look at it, and maybe you'll notice it. There is, I'm serious. I have zoomed in and zoomed in and zoomed in, and there is nothing on that other video. Nothing of when he's sitting in that vehicle when he first pulls him over.
See, now even when he just turned his head right there, see, it was hard to see that, but I just wonder if it's just, you know, like sometimes the camera can play tricks on you with the sun and the glare and stuff.
And I can't talk to her at all. Well, and I've got to do the thing, so I can't go camping. We can tell her what it is that she needs to do.
See, I've got to do the thing, so I can't go camping. I wonder what the thing
Here's
is.
the problem, though. If we take you up to Delicate Arch, you're going to be hoofing it from Delicate Arch all the way down to Moab Center Street so that you can fill out that paperwork, because if you're not there...
You've never been able to see his injuries clearly, Karen H? In the first video, I know I could see the one by his eye very, very clearly because he talks to that one cop and says the thing about the keys and the rings. This is the
Right.
second one.
Do you follow Natasha at all?
No.
Very little money we have, for sure.
I'll call CK then.
No, she did do a thing there, and like I say, I mean, I can't watch those videos anymore, and she had brought up
Yeah.
some photos of it and
Yeah,
whatever.
no,
and
I will
had
tell you,
brought
we don't mention her here because she's attacked me for I don't know how long, so yeah.
I don't blame, I don't blame you a bit, but I'm just saying that she had brought up some photos and whatever and was saying this and that
Yeah,
on different subjects.
I don't really want to, I think
No,
she's dealt with
no.
so much conspiracy and stuff in the Chris Watts case
Yep,
and
yep,
lies, I won't have it.
Name drop.
Yeah.
Yep, name drop there.
Here's the thing, though. If he had done that to himself, when would he have had an opportunity to do that? Because I highly doubt the cops would allow him to sit in that van.
They did.
Out
That's
of
the
their
thing.
sight. Yeah.
Yes, they did. They walked away from him, and they addressed Gabby, got her into his vehicle, and that's when I can't remember which one it was, walked around down to his side, and that's when he popped out. And he didn't walk around the driver's side of the vehicle. He walked around the front of the vehicle on Gabby's side and came walking out. And if you watch him close, he walks like a damn duck.
That's like policing 101, though. You can't, to leave him in the car with not even knowing if they asked him if he had a weapon, but to not even search if he had a weapon. He
Mhm.
could have
You know,
turned
but
around.
at this point,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, like, okay, let's just even say, we'll play devil's advocate and say it's true, okay, that he made those marks on himself. It really doesn't change the situation, because it would even make it worse that we know he was the aggressor. We know the police messed up big time. We know all this, and had they,
Right.
you know, so yeah, it makes, but it really
But
doesn't.
it
Yeah.
would be like, well, how come Gabby's got some injuries on her that they did not picture? They did not take pictures of. How come Gabby's got injuries but you don't? That's why he would do it, is what I'm saying.
Right, but he also had on his neck and under his arm. Remember, they said you got some scratches on your arm. Those are the ones he was like negating.
Yeah.
He was like, "Oh no, don't worry about it. I left some marks on her too."
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, and then later on in that video, like I say, I can't, I refuse to watch those. I mean, it's just so terrible. Because it's like, if I was there, I'd make sure it went a hell of a lot different. Even if I had to drive the girl myself, you know, it's almost like you want to just reach in and get her out of there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the cop says, oh well, we can just separate them for the night and whatever, and you know, because violence like this, all it does is just lead to either one or the other getting killed. I mean, he said it exactly the way it happened.
Yeah, he did. He said that exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it was very eerie, and they made a lot of mistakes, and it's really bad. And that's
why did they only talk to one of the witnesses instead of talking to the one that actually called in and said? I mean, one of them said that they didn't know who really hit who, just something was happening.
Yeah.
But the one that said that he was hitting her and chasing her, or running, or
but
chasing
see,
her,
when
whatever, down the sidewalk.
Right. But when that officer went back and it got the written statement from the guy that he spoke to on the phone, the written statement says that you could read it clearly. Brian is the aggressor. But when he was on the phone, he didn't make it. He made it sound like he was like unsure, blah blah blah. But the guy that made the phone call clearly said slapping, and they knew that. So, you know, that's why then the chief of police takes a leave of absence, right? The lady in the records department takes a freaking leave of absence. Or she's, you know, I mean, there's definitely something going on. The late release of the second body cam, you know, they've got problems there.
Oh, and then the lady saying was she a forest ranger, whatever she was? She had a camera on, and she said, "Oh yeah, that she had tape." Okay. Well, we never seen that tape, and now when something comes out about getting her tape, she's like, "Well, I shut mine off because everybody else had eyes on them."
Yeah, but she was the one at the end that said something like, "Well, I'd rather have it come back on me than we didn't do something that we should have." When that cop was trying to talk them out of, you know, citing one or the other. Even if they cited Gabby, it would have been better because somebody else would have had eyes on her and, you know, could possibly see that they've got the wrong person, or, you know, just what's going on. But yeah, they messed up really bad. Yeah.
But then again, like I say, what the heck was his keys doing? Because what somebody, like I say, I'll find it all and I'll try to get
I'll have to
tomorrow.
see that, because I've never seen that.
Because those keys, why would his keys be at that crime site? Why would they be there?
Yeah, I've never heard that. Like I said, I've never heard that.
Yeah.
But
So,
send it to me and I'll look at it.
Just to say, but just to say, if they were there, somebody said he didn't fly home to go empty a storage unit. He flew home to get a set of keys.
Well, okay, but the keys would be to the gym in New York?
Yeah, there's 2 keys on that.
But why would he have to fly home to get those keys?
That's what I don't understand. That's why I said there's no reason for him to fly home
Right.
to go just get a set of keys. And but yet they're talking about saving money, but yet they're paying for a motel for her for 5 or 6 days to go save $100 on a freaking storage unit. What the heck was in that storage unit?
There's something more than that storage unit. I personally think they might have had a fight, and you know, maybe his parents said, "Get back here, we'll send you money for a ticket," or he bought the ticket with her credit card or whatever. But they said, "Come on back," and then he planned to go back, and then sometime. That's why I'm saying their texts are going to be so important, because it'll be easy to see if they were having a breakup and then a makeup, and that he comes back, right? So, yeah, that would be, something. Yeah.
Now this Stan thing, I don't think it was sending for help.
Oh no, I don't believe that Stan thing at all. I don't believe that at
No.
all. Mm-mm.
No.
I think
Now
somebody
they
just
use
came up,
that.
because I searched for that acronym and stuff, and it's not something that's readily there. I think that somebody kind of put it together and tried to make it that. So, yeah, I don't think that. And, you know, I mean, why would he post that? I don't know. Was her grandfather really calling? Maybe he really was calling her phone. I don't know.
You see those things that nobody's telling us any of this
Yeah,
stuff.
we don't know yet. We'll
But-
see when more stuff comes out, and then it puts the pieces together.
Now, see, now, as far as for, I mean, I'm not a lawyer, and I sure the heck wouldn't claim to be, but as far as for, they say, well, now the autopsy's been released, and this, that, the next thing, the examiner actually brought in a Brian, possible situation, because he mentioned DV,
Domestic violence,
domestic
yes,
violence.
yes, I agree.
Yeah.
That, yes, it did
Yeah.
make it sound like that. Now, did he misspeak, or did he, he could have said, there's a lot of, but he wouldn't say missing people that you could put, because everybody's saying that, right? They're saying that we're not putting enough emphasis on all of these missing, these people that are missing, and we really should. We're so honed in on one case, and meanwhile there's so many people that are missing. But he's a coroner, so he's not going to say missing. But did he misspeak, or did he mean domestic violence? And if he meant she was in a domestic violence relationship, then he would assume or think that Brian did this. Did he think that because he knew the DNA? Did he see the results? Because the FBI came and took the stuff. Did he, did he get the DNA results? Probably not. But maybe the FBI said something, or it was evident, or it just looked like, yes, it would have been.
Or maybe the FBI or somebody might have slipped too. I mean, mistakes do happen.
Yeah, so we don't know that.
Caught on a case.
But
Right.
yeah, I mean, it could be. It could be. I mean,
yeah.
all we can say is, yeah, it could be. It could be.
But the scratches, I mean, of course, I don't care who you are. It's whether you're awake, whether you're asleep. I mean, if somebody's trying to choke you, you're going to fight back. Now, the scratches, how can you tell between fighting scratches and just regular DNA from living with them? Well, one thing is, if I'm going to scratch somebody, I'm going to get rolled up skin under my fingernails.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think she was a fighter. I mean, but there's always the thing too. There's that special hold where that you can take, put somebody under very quickly, even though they're not deceased. But it's that that hold, like from the back, it comes around the neck, and it's like they use it in the MMA fighting and stuff. I forget what the heck it's called. Do you remember what that hold is, Scooter?
The choke?
But
I know what you're
not the
talking
choke.
about.
It's not a choke, but we wondered, like, with Shanann too, like, because she was either sleeping or, I don't know, because she's a fighter too. And so it's like, it's not like just, okay, you're going to let somebody do something. So they could get somebody from behind and do that. And then they're, they don't even know basically what happened.
Right.
Yeah. And then, then the rest of the stuff can occur. But yeah, it's just
I think that the definite heat up from the restaurant and him going in 4 times, and then her going in, I think, twice to apologize. I think
the
after
sleeper
they
hold.
left,
Yeah, it's called the sleeper hold because it puts somebody like in a sleep.
There you go.
It's like they almost
Oh,
conk
yeah.
out into sleep. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's immediate. It's
Yeah.
just like
The
forget
coroner
it.
also said that, you know, she was unconscious for a while as he continued to strangle her. And the fact that he was comfortable grabbing her face like that is very telling. And the way that she even went and demonstrated it for the officer on the video,
Right.
It's only, you know, another couple inches down and he's choking her. That is exactly
that's gonna sink him right there. That he's known for grabbing her face, so why the heck wouldn't he grab her neck?
I think, honestly, I think he was going for her neck. I think he did that probably a couple of times, and that's how she described it to the officer.
Absolutely. And I don't even think that a lot of it that she explained was even, I mean, common sense, absolutely. But she was so distraught.
Yeah.
I mean, she was petrified just thinking that, oh my God, do I have to come back to Utah? I mean, she was just
driving the van, by herself, and she was just
hilarious. I mean, just completely in a wipeout mode. I mean, delusion is what. I mean, she was just so exhausted from it. But I really do think that, you know, in the timeline does fit with all of these theories and stuff. I think it happened right after that restaurant in the episode, and they just continued fighting. And when they got to the camp spot, I mean, something happened, and I think that they had enough and crap
probably
hit the fan, and it happened.
Yeah, it seems logical. You know, that would be it. You know, because after a while, you know, you're in a pent up space, and because you know how it is. I mean, let me out of here. Or if you're even sometimes your husband or something's driving you crazy, I feel like just pull the car over. Let me get out and go into another store. So I guess I gotta get out.
Right.
But I can't imagine, you know, being in a real fight if he's like, you know, jammering on her like, no, you're never going to make it with that website. You're never going to make it with that website. You know,
Right. That's just defaming her. That's making her self-esteem so low. She feels like nothing. I mean, that's just discriminating her.
Right.
Putting her down, making her feel so naive. I mean, the whole 9 yards. She's just...
And the other thing we have to understand is that she started that YouTube channel on the 19th, and that's when he was gone, right? So the other thing is, he could have been down there in Florida, right? And she's posting that stuff, and I don't know what her comments look like before then, but what if she was getting comments from guys saying like, wow, you're hot, you know, that guy you're with, oh, he's horrendous, you know, what are you doing with a guy like that? And then he's down there in Florida saying like, what the freak, right? Well, I wonder if she's meeting up with these guys, like he was the jealous type, right?
That's adding fuel to the fire.
Yeah, and then maybe when he came up, he told her, I don't want you doing this anymore. Don't post any more videos. I want you to take this channel down. I don't want you to have a channel. You know?
Exactly.
I don't want guys leaving you comments like this and saying that stuff about me, because you know how social media is, right? A guy like him, they're going to have so many guys making fun of him, maybe women too, right? And saying like, well, oh my gosh, how does a guy that looks like you get a girl like her? And, you know, and he might have been like, what the freak? I'm not going to have this.
You know, that would have been a big problem.
Yeah.
Abusers isolate their victims, and to allow her to be putting herself out there on social media would have been terrifying to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then again, we got to think that was from the 23rd. She still remained for another 3 or 4 days.
Right.
You know, so they were
she didn't post any
for that
more.
long?
But she didn't post any more videos. You know, right? The 19th,
Nothing.
that was the only video. So maybe he just said, look, that's it. And maybe she just thought like, oh yeah, okay. And maybe he didn't check, and she said, okay, I'll delete it. You know, we don't know what was going on, but why wasn't she posting? If she got the channel up and stuff, And the 19th, why from when they got back and they started doing that stuff, why weren't their videos posted? Maybe he said no.
Right.
You know,
The only thing she
maybe
did
he
was talk to
trying
her mother on the 25th.
Yeah, and maybe he was like she said when the other time when she was in the van trying to get some work done, and he was bothering her and telling her stuff. Maybe that's what he was doing. Maybe he wouldn't let her go back to where there was Wi-Fi where she could work on that. You know, maybe he was being very controlling. Maybe she was saying, "Look, I've got to do it." You know, we don't know it. Was she at that restaurant? Was she doing any work there? Was she trying to get on the Wi-Fi? Was he pissed about that?
But I don't think that he would tell her, "I've had enough," and all, I mean, had enough of all this boy crazy crap. Yes, but I don't think that he would not leave her, because why in the hell would he bother to fly back from,
No, I don't
from
think
Florida
he would leave her. I
back
think
to
he was.
Utah? I think she called it off.
Yeah, I do think she did. I think she was either saying,
He
"Look,
went in a rage because of her calling it off.
right," and probably maybe he saw her comments, and we don't know. It could have been
Yeah.
a million things. And you're just going to go for another guy and have your van life channel. You're just going to go get another guy, right? That all these other guys want you now, and they're all good looking.
Rose gonna find you somebody.
Yeah, right. Something, yeah.
Yeah. So no, there's this, and the worst part about this is, I mean, this is the first time. I mean, I've been on this Trump stuff for over a year and a half, and I'll tell you, I haven't bothered with Trump for ever since this happened, because I'm like, what the heck is hitting the fan? And I'm looking, and I mean, it's like, it's bigger news than Trump now. And I've never seen something like this, and I mean, there's so many directions to go. And those parents not talking, they could have had this all summed up in just a couple conversations.
Well, and they probably figured that video is on his side. They have evidence right there that she was abusing him. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Okay, Alley Cattails, I did get that. I'll look at it. I'll look at it when.
But okay, he's got evidence. Okay, I'll agree with that. But she's got so much more from the restaurant, the guy who called 911. There's so many other actions of him being more violent than she ever thought of being.
Yeah, and I think bottom line, she's not here anymore.
And she's the one that.
Yeah, and he's
she's
on the
one
run.
that's not here.
Right, and he's on the run. And just like that dog, that bounty hunter says, that it's got you looking guilty as sin, and it really does, yeah. That, I mean, your actions. So if, it's a guilty person, he's not concerned at all about his fiance, and his girlfriend of 2 years, right?
Yeah.
He just comes on and he's smiling in the pictures, and he's, on camping trips with his parents and his sister. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah,
he told the world he was
now
guilty when he decided to run. That's what he did.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Yep.
I think what happened at that time when he actually finished the deed, I think he panicked. I think he ran uptown. I don't think he even knew what the hell he was doing at that moment. And I think, number one, as soon as he got service, he called Mom, and Mom said, "Get your ass back to that van and get home."
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, with the dynamic in that house, I'm sure, like we said, she was very enabling. And, I feel like in that household, like, she kind of runs the roost. I don't think that the dad is.
Oh, yeah.
I think he
they
just
always
follows
say
along.
the man wears the pants tighter. Well, the man wears the pants in the family. Well, just remember, us women all wear them a lot tighter than a man.
True that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, absolutely, I think Roberta is, and I almost think, just seeing them a few different times, just looking at them and knowing that they're keeping their mouth so quiet, not willing to even look at you, let alone speak to you.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if the father was to have said anything when they were picking the laundry baskets up off in the thing, I think Mama would have kicked him in the ass.
Yeah, but she came out like she was on the freaking game show. The way they were stacking, hurry up, and then the mailbox. It was like she was like, I've done that before.
Yeah, but I just mean she's in total control.
Oh yeah. But I mean, it was like go. We got 60 seconds. Hurry up! It was just like crazy.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
You know, there wasn't any. It was crazy. It just looked so nuts.
And then now Cassie had joined them, and all these timelines have all flipped on their butts now. But Cassie had joined them at the park with their at that DeSoto with her kids and all that stuff. And like people say, if they loved their aunt so much, why is the kids not saying, "Where is Auntie Gabby"? Why wouldn't they say that?
That's the first thing I said. If they're so upset, right? Yeah, exactly. Then where is Aunt Gabby? She sent them postcards. They know that Uncle Brian went away with Aunt Gabby. Well, where's Aunt Gabby?
They FaceTime too, I think, once or twice.
Come on.
There's no doubt those kids asked about her.
Yeah, that's so silly to say.
Yeah, and I mean, you're there for 6 hours. Now, I don't have any idea. I mean, like I say, I'm up here in northern Maine, 12 miles from Canadian border. We have breakfast, lunch, and we have dinner. And we might have a snack in between. I know I do. But damn it, I would not eat a chocolate s'more at 4 o'clock and eat supper at 6.
Right, yeah. Well, she did give the order.
I would eat supper at 5. I would eat supper at 5 o'clock, and I'll probably have a s'more at 7 or 8.
Right, yeah.
Before they went home.
But she also said, like, well, the kids were there, so we weren't going to talk about Gabby. Why would you say that unless something was wrong with Gabby or something was wrong?
Exactly.
Because you would have no problem discussing Gabby in front of your kids if, like, let's just say she was home visiting her parents, okay? What if he said, right, how would she know that her brother wasn't going to, if it was all innocent and all good, listen, we got home and then Gabby flew up to New York because she was going somewhere with her mom to a wedding or whatever. That would have been normal, right? So why wouldn't you ask about Gabby? Why would you say we're not going to ask about Gabby because the kids were there?
Right.
That was
but the
ridiculous.
Kids were also over.
I still say he told his parents, or the parents told Cassie, they had a fight, they broke up. Don't mention it in front of Brian. He's upset. Don't say her name. That's
that could be.
I think the kids
wouldn't
have listened to that.
But then why wouldn't she say that?
Well, she wasn't.
But if that didn't happen, Cassie had plenty of time to talk to her parents about it when Brian was over there climbing on the trees at the beach.
Yeah. Well, she was.
You can't sneak in a conversation.
I thought she wasn't saying a lot of things because, she said, I can't say a lot.
The FBI, she did.
The authorities, I'm not supposed to do it all. I've already said too much. That little bit, she said, I've said too much. So everything she left out, maybe it's just because, she's not supposed to be talking at all. She said that she's going to be in trouble. She probably is in trouble.
I don't think she was threatened by her lawyer. I think she was threatened by her mother.
No, I meant like the authorities told her not to speak to the press or anybody in the public.
Yeah.
In fact,
I'll take you out of your damn will if you say anything. Your brother means everything and you mean shit.
Yeah. Well, all these
I don't know. It's just crazy, but there's one place there that she was like, I don't like to say I've got so much of it going, just like you. It's all going, and I don't even know when the hell you hear it and when you don't. I mean, timelines are just terrible. I guess you got to write everything down. Mm-hmm. But one time when she was talking to the press, we were only there from 2 to 8.
Oh yeah, and then it was 2 hours the next time. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then the next conference that she did,
it was 2 hours.
We were only there for a couple hours.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, she changed that fast.
I mean, come on, lady, get your story straight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. See, I don't think we're gonna figure too much out about the discrepancies in the timeline until it goes to trial, because there's just
until they're under oath.
Too many conflicting statements, and but the only reason I called in was we'll kind of dispel the belief that you're going to be able to fight back when someone's got their hand around your neck.
Right. You know, you're going to say that you're...
I've had personal experience with this.
Right. Go ahead.
And I was only 19 and was dating a guy who, very briefly, because I realized that he had a screw loose because he was extremely jealous. I mean, jealous to the point where he would invent things to be jealous about. So every time I went out with him, he was like, he introduced me to his roommate and best friend. He left me alone in the room with him for a few minutes while he finished getting ready. And then when we went to leave, he accused me of kissing him. And I'm like, what? I mean, I just met him. Why would I? Well, somebody saw you. And I'm like, they couldn't have, because that didn't happen. And his roommate had left the room like after exchanging a couple of niceties, being polite, you know. And I was stupid and young. So the first time I let it go because he was like, oh, well, maybe it was just like, you know, one of the guys messing with me. And I'm really sorry, you know, my last relationship, I got cheated on, and I'm, you know, it just really broke my heart. And I guess I'm kind of paranoid. And I felt sorry for him, right? Because I was young and dumb and bought that. But it became really apparent really quickly that this was his mental illness. You know, if you smiled at, hey, from somebody you knew from school, he was like, you know, there was an accusation immediately, you know.
Or you looked at this one, or you looked at that one, and you actually was looking at him, and he accused you of looking the opposite direction.
Yeah, it was just a big problem of his, and so I was trying to break up with him, and I'd only been out with a few dates, and he decided that wasn't going to happen. You know, it was the craziest thing. You know, I'd say, I don't want to see you anymore. Yes, you do. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I don't. Yes, you do.
You're gonna.
I was very ill-equipped to handle. You know, you don't think that that's the response you're going to get, and you're like, what do I do? You know. So I was walking away from him. I had gone to a friend's birthday. He had figured out where I was. And this was directly after I said, stop, don't call me, don't show up at my parents' house, just leave me alone.
Right.
And he showed up there and ruined my evening. I was alone, and I decided to walk to the train and go home because so nobody else had to deal with him. And he left with me, followed me, and I was walking away. He was getting more and more angry, saying, you know, talk to me, just let me talk to you. And I was just silent, walking as fast as I could, angrily to the train. And he just waited until he had an opportunity to get me out of sight. A little over, like, you know, a walking bridge. We were walking under. And the moment he got an opportunity, he had become so angry, he just reached out. His hand was around my neck. I was up against the wall. I was completely out of sight, you know, and just with one hand, he compressed, you know, the jugular, and I had the awareness to try to strike him for a few seconds. I went for the groin, you know, he just shoved me. He's like, don't you dare. And I tried to reach up. My dad had taught me, you know, well, how to defend myself when he allowed me to start dating, you know, and he actually made me go through it with him.
Good.
And taught me how to throw a punch without breaking my hand. So,
but if they place their hand just perfect, being deprived of oxygen makes you weak.
Yeah, that's
when
what
you
happened.
Can't fight back.
This was literal seconds. I raised my arm and like my body just stopped responding. I started blacking out, and the next thing I knew, I was on the ground. I mean, I just my legs went out from under me, but the oxygen to my brain was just being cut. I just slid to the ground, and luckily for me, he didn't want to go to prison. So I guess a few seconds after I was on the ground, he let go.
God
And
was looking over you, honey.
of
That's
course,
all I
I
can
had,
say.
you know, all I could do was like try to catch my breath and think, you know, oh my God, I hope somebody comes along really soon so that, you know, I can call
Right.
out and I'll be protected the rest of the way to the train. And it was really awful. I mean, I'll tell you, I had bruises, fingerprint bruises on my neck for like 2 weeks. Just from that. I mean, it was like
Did you turn him in, sweetheart?
I did. Yes, I did.
Did you say how long were you with this guy? You said it wasn't very long.
Just a
right?
few days. It was just a few days. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Wow.
He'd been trying
Oh,
to.
I'm going to say one thing. I think he was looking for a predator,
Yeah.
and you were it.
Well,
For that being that short of a time.
When I lived, when I lived in West Germany, he was in the military, and I was working at a military child care facility, and he just happened to live on base in the building across from where I worked, and he'd see me come and go, and he'd run over across and talk to me several times, and then he'd see me out with my friends and talk to me several times, and I was in a relationship for a long time, and so I was just like, no, sorry, I have a boyfriend, but then, eventually that ended, and I decided to go out with him. All my friends
Being
were like, "Oh, he's so
flirtatious and
nice."
stuff like that,
He
he
was
sucked
very
you in.
charming. He was extremely charming and really nice looking and dressed to the nines, and all the girls loved him, and they were like, "Oh, you're so lucky," No. But don't. It's not like in the movies, like
Did you call me,
where there's this
Carol?
long struggle. There's not. It's not like that at all.
No.
I mean, I'm 5'10". I was strong. I
Gonna go.
had been taught how to defend myself. Of course, I had no idea that he was going to become violent with me like that. No idea. I knew that he was a nut, but he had never threatened me. I didn't think he would become violent, or I would have never let myself be alone with him like that when he was becoming angrier and angrier. Because I wouldn't stop. He was mad because I wouldn't stop and listen to him. I just wanted to go home.
Yeah.
He had you picked out for a target all along, dear, and you just didn't realize it. But you're lucky that your father taught you all that stuff, because that's what probably saved your life, number one. And number two, you did something about it. You turned him in, and you survived. And that is the biggest bonus of all. Remember that.
Yeah, I mean, it did ruin his career, but it was terrifying.
Who cares?
And I mean, like I'm saying, I turned him in, and he got prosecuted and went to Leavenworth.
That's good.
Yeah,
that's right where they deserve to go.
Yeah. But just be careful.
Don't feel bad about that.
I'm really sorry that happened to you. And you know what? Thank you for sharing, because I know that takes a lot of strength. So kudos to you. And
I just want people to understand, like Shanann and Gabby, they didn't have a chance. They did not have a chance. That man, all the upper body strength, how much stronger they are, it doesn't,
Yeah, and there's also the thing, like Sandy and I have discussed too, that, even if Shanann was laying there and it would happen the way he said, right, after, they made love and whatever, she might have just been like, he's not going to choke me, just like almost in shock. Sometimes when you're in shock, like I said, like when that guy tried to break into my car, and I had my phone in my freaking hands, and I couldn't even realize that, Carolyn, take a picture of the guy, right?
Yeah.
Take your phone and take a picture. I was just like, I was in shock.
Oh,
just
yeah,
like after I screamed and got him out there, and got him to walk away, then I was just, why the heck didn't I take my phone and take a picture? You're in shock.
It definitely took a couple seconds. We didn't realize what was happening. Yeah, because it was such a swift movement. It was completely without warning, and his grip was a vice grip. I reached up to pull his hand away. I could not. I tried to take him down and rack him. And, by the time I went to, punch him, I just went limp because, and this was, it was literally seconds, lady, seconds. These women, they didn't have a chance. People like, why didn't she fight? Or he should have he should have some scratches, defensive wounds, all this. No, no.
The only chance that Gabby had the only time I see that she had two chances. Her first chance was when that officer was trying to get her to tell him that he hurt her or that he hit her first. He was trying to give her that, and she did not speak up to say, yes, he did. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah. And I was.
He was almost like telling her, tell me, please, just tell me that he did it first. Give me a reason.
Or just that he struck you. That he struck.
Right.
He struck you.
Yeah.
But she
No,
was just scared.
give me a
Scared.
reason, not to think he's a victim. Give me a reason. And Gabby didn't catch on to it. But
Also, when you're being gaslighted, you're going to think it's my fault.
Right.
I provoked him. I did something that made him angry. This wouldn't even be happening. This is ruining everything, and I started it, and it's my fault. Maybe
Well,
because
yeah.
maybe because you had snapped at him or something.
And if she did tell the truth, she'd be worried about getting a beating for it. But for telling the truth
Well,
from
yeah,
him.
either that or like when, if he, let's say she did say something and they took him to jail, she knows that they're on a trip together. Eventually she's going to have to pick him up. He's going to get out, right?
Right,
And then,
he'll be
oh my gosh,
more
there's going to be
angry,
hell
yeah.
to pay for that.
Yeah.
He even said, I hope she didn't have too many complaints about me. In other
Yeah.
words, I hope she didn't tell you the truth.
Right, yeah.
Because I warned her not to tell you the truth. And, Gabby was, it was very obvious that Gabby was a victim of domestic violence and abuse. It was very obvious.
She was automatically coached right there. If you tell them the truth, your ass is mine.
Well, you heard what she said. When the tears started up again was when she's like, "Well, to be honest, I hit him first," and she started crying. She was crying because she's blaming herself. She's thinking like, "Oh, because I said something a little grumpy to him. This is all my fault." All of this is and
We've been arguing all morning. Yeah.
And the poor thing because
But the only other thing is the second chance that she had to get away from all this, like I say, the ands, ifs, and buts, and woulda, shoulda, couldas. We cannot change any of this, but we can for future people. Number one, okay?
Yeah.
But the reason why I'm pointing this out is because the cops could have saved her. They chose not to, and it was some of it because of the way she said what she said. The second time
they really
is
couldn't.
when right. They had to go by the book, but they didn't go by the book.
But they didn't because they would have cited her, like the one that the other cop said, "I'm going to cite her," and then that other one kept trying to talk him out of it. Yeah,
they didn't even run her plate.
Yeah, it's very bizarre that they didn't. I don't know if that's the way
they did run the plates. Well, they did run the plates. Yeah.
They got the plates from the 911 call.
At first.
But I mean, like, just when normally wouldn't it be the first thing when they went on with Brian in the car, they would have spent a little more time with him and said, "Let me see your license and your registration."
And then Gabby would have been taken aside by somebody else.
Yeah. Did you
but
notice
they would have never left?
The cops arrived at two separate times. Like first cop arrived and then second cop arrived.
Right, and the one had her in the car already, but and then I don't know.
They seem to be on the same
they
page for a little while there too. Like they were getting different impressions of what they were dealing with, and I think that's one of the bad things that went wrong. They just weren't cohesive. They didn't seem to be like getting the same impression from the information they were getting. They were like, your call, your call, your call, your call. What do you think is happening here? Is it this? Is it that? What do you think? What do you think?
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with whatever you decide. Yeah, I'm okay with it. But the other thing too kind of pissed me off was, okay, come over here and stay in the shade so you don't burn your head. Frig you, get a bubble on it. I don't care.
Well, yeah. I do
You
have
know,
a
I
little
mean, they were worried
because
about getting a sunburn.
I will.
But the other point is that I want to make is, yeah, the other point would be when she was at the motel, he was gone. Her parents, for God's sake, they could have said, honey, come home.
But you
We
know
can
what?
go
They,
and
they
do a
might have
trip at a
said
different
that. They
time."
might have said that though, Sonia, and they probably did. But she, just like her father said, she's 22 years old. She's not 14. You can tell her all
Right.
you want. You know, you shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be doing that. Or come on home. And you know how they are. I don't know if you have kids, Sonia, but at 22,
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
gonna tell
yeah.
you, "No, I'm
Yeah.
fine. We're fine. I'm good. I'm good." You know, like.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
would any of us? I mean, when you were that age, would you
Yeah.
have come home to your parents? You
No,
was like,
no, I was defiant as hell.
Yeah.
See? So,
Me too.
yeah.
That's why
Yeah.
I'm like, don't blame. They probably.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
not the
what-
parents.
Who knows
Yeah,
what they
they're not
told
to
her?
blame. Yeah, I mean,
Who knows what she told them? Because
Yeah,
it could have been
exactly.
nothing. She could have told them nothing.
Right. Oh,
And
everything's
even
fine.
if she, yeah, and even
Yeah.
if she did tell them something, they could have like begged her, pleaded,
She's
bribed,
still
and she would
22
have been
years
like,
old.
"No,"
Yeah,
know?
believe me, I tried to make my daughter not go to a certain graduate school because I thought it was too dangerous, and she called the campus police and said I was going to kidnap her because when I was going to take
Oh
her.
my
So
God.
believe me, yeah, you're not gonna force a 22-year-old anywhere. Believe me.
Yeah, I was the
No.
same way. I mean, I was brought up like very cloistered. My parents were very strict, and when I was out on my own, I was like not going to listen to a word they said. Like,
Yep. Yep.
you know, I was immature. You know,
Yeah. Oh, I was a snotty little nose brat, I'll tell you. And I knew my parents inside out, and you know, I have to admit, I was spoiled, and if you told me do one thing, I guarantee you I'm going to do the opposite.
So yeah, it's not. Yes.
Yeah. And I always said when I had a child, I said, I hope to heck it's a boy because I don't want a girl that's going to act just like me.
you know. Anyway, I just
And it was
wanted
a
to
boy.
Yeah. Yeah.
But now, what do you guys think? Do you think the FBI is going to come up with anything? What's your opinion,
I think
guys?
if they're going to be meeting with the FBI, which they are, I do think they're going to have more charges very soon for him.
More charges, absolutely. But when do you think that they're going to put this shit out there?
I think
'Cause
very
I got a
soon.
theory.
I think the charges, I think they're going to come soon. I do.
I
They
agree.
can come as
do.
early as tomorrow, but in the next few days.
Jeez. I'm almost thinking my point on that is now listen. They did the autopsy, and if for some odd reason, which he probably is a little snot box, Brian possibly is getting all this information fed by Mama somehow, some way. I don't know, but if they open up that door and put him for murder, his defense attorney can start working on it before they even find him.
And
As
if
long
he
as
is
they
alive,
don't,
sorry, I was
if
just
the-
going to say if he is alive, it may prompt him to possibly kill himself or harm himself in some way. If he gets word of that he's no longer just a fugitive.
but see, they cannot. It is against the law in I think they said state of Wyoming or something. As long as they do not put down the murder at this point and have the FBI go out and make all this statement and all this stuff, as long as they don't open that door, the defense attorney cannot defend on something he doesn't have to defend at this moment. But if you open up that door for the defense attorney because you put a charge of murder, he can start gathering everything. Oh, well, this happened because of this happened because of that. That's why this guy that I can't even think of his name. He was a the FBI person that I was telling you about. He said the best thing that they'll do right now is they're going to stay a little bit more quiet. They're going to keep it to themselves, hopefully longer than what we think, which is what you guys have said, because as long as they do that, there's nothing to defend. But once he's put up for murder, then his defense attorney can kick in and start getting all the evidence and make up a whole story of why this and this and this and this all fits together, of why the DNA this and all why DNA that. But as long as that door's not open, the defense attorney cannot do anything until that charge is submitted.
Yeah, but I mean, the fact that the FBI has released her body to the family now, and they're able to go and pick her up. I mean, they've probably got DNA off of her, and
they do. They admitted it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would say that, regardless, I think
And
that
see, they only got 6 months to charge him. They got to do a speedy trial. They only got 6 months. After they charge him with murder, they've only got 6 months to get him into a trial.
No.
I don't think so.
No.
No. There's no statute of
Yeah, especially now. Just think of like how long it's been, and look at Letitia Stalk. With Gannon Stalk.
You guys done this before, not me, but I'm just telling you what I heard.
Oh yeah, no. Mm-mm.
Well, they have. I mean, they have.
Now
to
it is
really
true that
careful,
the death
really
penalty is. The death penalty is still open in Wyoming, right?
I think you're talking about like in the very beginning of the hearings where they waive their right to a expedited or speedy trial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all like formality. But they'll get him in with the hearings. I mean, they'll follow the protocol, and I mean, it's not like they just sit there and they don't do anything. They have the hearings, and they go ahead and they do everything. I mean, but it's taking a lot of time to get these trials going. So we can.
And there may not even be a trial.
Yeah,
Well,
there
right.
might even be a plea deal, right?
Well,
even if you do
so long.
Even if you do a plea deal, it still does not justify in Wyoming. He's automatically going to get the death penalty. He may get a plea deal or have to, because see, there's no jury needed. He don't need a jury trial, because if he did commit that murder and he's found guilty of it, you don't need a jury. Not in Wyoming. That's what that guy was stating. Now, Wyoming, the state of Wyoming, he don't need a jury. He don't need a jury trial.
Right, but the death penalty is up to the prosecution. That's a decision that they make. It's not automatic.
Right.
Yeah, but don't you think they're going to?
I don't know.
It depends. Yeah, it depends if they get if they end up having a jury trial. Depends if they have enough evidence to prove that it was premeditated. Because they may feel like they don't have enough evidence to get a conviction on first-degree murder, and the last thing they want to do is have, the jury come back inconclusive. So they may charge him with second degree or something. So it really depends.
Right.
I mean, in a perfect world, like if he was guilty of this and there was enough evidence, yeah, for sure. But there's so much that goes into it.
I do think there is a lot of evidence against him, though. Now I really do.
Well, yeah, but they have to be able to prove.
The other point is that right when the autopsy person said yesterday, okay, she's strangled, blah 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 blah. If they don't find any other DNA on her body but his, there's nobody else that could have done it. That's why the people were asking yesterday about the DNA. Was DNA lifted off in her slightly thin carcass? And he said, yes, DNA was lifted. And if it's nobody else's DNA than Brian's, he's screwed.
It's going to be difficult because she was out there for a month.
Mm-hmm.
I guess what you said, they're being very, very careful. Because they don't want to have to do a circumstantial case. They want some rock solid evidence. They don't want to give him any wiggle room to try to get out of the murder charge.
Right. But they did they did CAT scan. They did everything.
Yeah.
And the thing that was really, really good is, I'm just saying, he had to have possibly used his. I think this throttling that they're talking about. He used maybe his knee on her chest and was choking her. I mean, it could be in different ways.
I don't. Why would he,
no, you don't.
She was a tiny little thing, and
oh yeah.
I'm
Did
not
the
a
coroner
tiny
not
thing.
say it was with his hands?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he said manually, manually slash throttleization. Yeah, throttling. But
Yeah, but
the
like,
thing is,
like
if
the
they
way,
don't find any,
yeah, he could have just straddled her, just like very similar to how Chris Watts describes what he did. He didn't have a knee on her chest or anything, but yeah, I mean, that you could even, yeah, I mean, there's so many different ways something like that can happen, especially if you're really angry and you're coming at somebody angry and you could just go and then fall to the ground. I mean, there's like lots of different things, and then there's that sleep hold too, so you don't, because he did say something like no, sorry, Heart Made Wise did say something about that he held on and I don't have it in front of me right now, but something like he held on and continued like longer than he needed to, or something. Do you remember hearing that, Karen? Not Karen, Michelle.
yeah, it was pretty much he held on until she went faint.
Something like he held on even
I'm
longer.
sorry, what did you say there?
That when the coroner said something to the effect, and I don't have it in front of me, but that he held on and he was doing it even longer than he needed to. Yeah.
He said that she was strangled for an unnecessary extended period of time, basically. And she had gone unconscious quickly, and then it was,
For Gabby, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. But like I said, if they find DNA evidence on the body, I mean, like they said, top skin animals, predator, I mean, everything. The top skin, of course, is going to be gone, but there's still going to be skin tissue on those bones.
Yeah. Okay. That's,
But the other thing, too, that was preserved that you got to really think about, even though it was a month, is her brain was preserved. Okay. Which is where they got all the toxicology from.
We'll see what happens. But hopefully they've got DNA or whatever. I mean, we'll see soon. I mean, if there's charges filed soon, then they have. They're not going to file charges if they don't feel they have a case.
I think they have a hell of a lot more than what we even believe they got.
And you know what?
And I
here's
think
the other thing.
Putting it all together.
Those text messages and all of that stuff. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's going to be very telling too, and his behavior afterwards and all of that, and maybe some stuff with his parents, and maybe we don't know,
maybe phone calls to the parents.
We don't know. Yeah.
Timeline. Because I mean, my goodness, strike you, but my goodness gracious. That boy is mama's boy. Of course he called his parents when he knew damn well he did something. That was mama was on speed dial if something like that was to have ever happened.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, because he doesn't want to take responsibility for anything he does. It's always mama. And if you hear in that video, he's called my mother on Gabby's phone. When Gabby had her phone, she was sitting back to the sheriff's truck.
Right.
She says, call mom. Everything's mom to him. But no, I'll get that stuff sent over to you. I guess that's really all that I have.
All right. Thanks for calling.
What's this other case that you're talking about, though, now? What's that? I haven't heard about.
Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell. There's some interviews you can go look at. They're pretty bizarre, and I'm going to be putting up some other ones. But, yeah, that's a crazy case. Yeah, they killed their kids, and they think they're turned into zombies. That's a crazy case of a cult.
Wow.
So, yeah. Yeah. Cult mom,
Holy
Lori
hot
Vallow.
dog.
Yeah, crazy. And then they've got Letitia Stout, who killed her stepson, allegedly. And what else do we have coming up? And tomorrow, Robert Durst gets sentenced, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, does he?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, I forgot about that.
I know,
Oh, excuse me. I'm already in bed now.
I know that's
Now,
crazy.
what, like say, I got so many in my head. What was exactly he did?
Oh, Robert Durst. Oh my gosh, there's so many movies about him. The Jinx on HBO and All Good
I don't
Things.
watch, I don't
Oh.
watch TV, period.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Okay, well,
Mainstream media is my worst enemy.
he
they're fake
allegedly
news.
killed his wife and got away with it, basically.
Uh-huh.
And then he went and killed his neighbor where he was pretending he was a woman that was mute. And he got away with that. He was tried for that murder and he got away. It was self-defense. And then he got caught for stealing a sandwich at Wegmans when he was on the run.
Yeah.
This is what I mean, the stupid mistake. This is what Brian Laundrie could do, okay?
Yeah.
This guy, and he got caught stealing a freaking. This guy was a millionaire. He's from one of the richest families in New York City. Okay.
Oh yes. Oh, okay. Yeah. New York City. Yeah.
Right, and then he killed allegedly his friend. Well, he was convicted of it. He was finally, after like the trial of the century, it was the longest trial ever, and he was playing them like crazy on the stand. But yeah, now he's going to be sentenced for that because he got.
Who's the one that killed? Who's the guy that killed his wife and his 2 or 3 children?
Oh, which one? You're talking about? There's so many now that have done that. That's the Watts, Chris Watts. You know that, right? With Shanann.
Yeah. But this here's a new case. Happened a day or two ago.
Was it the surf instructor?
They killed the 2 kids. He didn't kill a wife.
Oh yes, that's true.
Yeah, he killed the 2
No,
kids. He
this
brought
here
them
was
to
a
Mexico.
wife and her 2 or 3 children. Yeah. I just saw that tonight, and it said it was a day or two ago. They caught him, but
Yeah, there's been a few. I mean, it's sad.
I mean,
There's
it's happening everywhere. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, I thought it was the pandemic, but now it seems that as we're coming out of it, they're even going crazier. I don't know. They're killing kids, killing families. It's nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just nuts.
Now, do you believe in, and I'll just ask you this one question, and like other things, I'll just shut up. Do you believe anything about this Trump thing going on of getting these child traffickers and stuff like that out of this picture?
Well, I have a rule here. I don't I don't discuss politics at all because it's very divisive. I feel, and it's my rule of politics and like religion. Yeah, just I'm not against praying for people or anything like that, and people know I'm a Catholic, but I just think they're 2 very divisive subjects, and I think it makes people fight and it makes people get crazy, and I just rather not discuss politics and religion.
Yep.
So yeah.
Yep.
So yep. I'm not. That's it.
Yeah, but I have heard, because I am a Trump person, always have been, but I have heard that he has been doing this child trafficking. He's cleaning up deep state, all of this stuff, that he's coming back, and that the election was stolen, and there's proof now and all that stuff. But like I say, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay. And I'll leave that one right where it is.
Oh, okay. All right.
But anyhow, no. So are you working on these cases yourself too, or?
Oh yeah.
Or what?
Yeah. Definitely. All the time.
I've never been, like I say, since this Gabby thing happened, I have never participated in any of this stuff.
Oh really? In the true crime?
No, never. Never.
We do a lot. We do a lot of true crime. We also, kick back and sometimes we do some other things to balance things out. But yeah, definitely, true crime's always been a real passion of mine. And I've dug into cases and do a lot of research and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Isn't that something?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
As somebody had said that suicide weekend's coming up sometime. And I don't know when, but I guess you're going to have a hell of a lot more stuff to work on.
Well, let's hope not. I don't know what that is, but let's hope not.
No, that's what I'm saying, but it's just the world The world is going crazy.
The world
really.
is going crazy, and a lot of children especially, are being murdered by their parents. It's really sad.
Mm-hmm.
It's very sad. Babies, I mean, they're just born. They're killing. The twins were just killed. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's I don't understand. Yeah, I think drugs are a huge part of it.
It's a crazy
What do you think of
world
this
out there.
COVID thing, though? What do you think of that?
Well, it's real. I don't believe in any conspiracy with that. It's real because my daughter got it, so I know that. Okay,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's real.
My son and my son and his new wife got it.
My husband's sister just passed away from it too. So,
But isn't it weird that the COVID came and caused all these things, but the flus went down.
yeah, because everybody was wearing masks and everything, you know what I mean? And even colds went down. Like my kids really just got like the first cold they had in almost 2 years. But I think it's because we're wearing masks and we're washing hands and we're keeping all that kind of stuff at bay. And so, you know, I mean, and if you go back, there are, you know, things like this, pandemics that happen every so many years, and
That we don't hear about. Yeah.
no, because it's years and years between them happening, and this is just something that happened, and it's a lot of people want to put a political thing on it, but it's not political. It's not.
No.
It's a pandemic.
No.
It has nothing.
Yeah.
We've got to separate it completely because that's what's like, I think, making people nuttier about it than it should be. It's a real thing. It's a real virus, and people are getting it, and people are dying, and, you know, like I said.
I think the people being cooped up in their house, though.
Oh,
having
yeah, that's definitely.
Homeowners.
100%.
I think that drove everybody crazy.
100%. If you have a couple that can't get along and they're outside the house every day, and then you throw them in the house together,
Yeah.
that's
You're
that's
domestic
a
violence
recipe
right there.
for crazy town. Yeah.
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 Yeah, and
That's
kids
crazy.
too. Kids that have like learning disabilities and they normally go
Oh,
to
yeah.
school in a structured environment, and then you take
Yeah.
them out of that, and then the parents
Mhm.
can't deal with it. Yeah, a lot of kids that are getting killed because of that. Because, you know,
Yeah.
kids need structure like that, especially.
And
with some of
kids are killing kids.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. But I think I think it's those reasons that you just said about the kids, okay? But it's also because the kids are not able to social with other kids
Oh
because
yeah.
they're not in
I
school.
believe it. I believe it. We all need social interaction. Yes, I believe it. I believe
Absolutely.
it. I hear it.
And I mean,
Yeah, but it was good for you to call in. We're going to take some other calls here because I'm not going to be on that much longer. But yeah,
absolutely. And you know, you ladies are doing a good job.
Thanks.
I'll speak to you another time. I'll get that stuff sent
Yeah.
to you.
Send it
And yeah, keep up what you're doing, because I'll tell you what, you know, I've checked out other channels, like I just was speaking about, and I'm like, this doesn't jive with me on that other things channel, and there's another channel out there that wasn't making sense at all to me. I mean, I was like totally lost, and one of them was a Josh Morris, and I blocked that thing. I'm like, frig that creep. But then I sat here and I listened to you for 4 hours.
Oh.
You know, just your video, and I'm like, who the hell is this woman? And then I'm scrolling through, and you're live again tonight. And I'm like, damn, I got to call in and talk to that lady.
Yeah.
I mean,
We've been here a while.
No,
but-
it's
It was
your
fun
material
listening
is
to you.
interesting.
Sonia, it was fun listening to you.
Yeah, you know, and whatever, whatnot. But hopefully we can get this.
Yeah,
You
send
know,
me. I'll take a look.
rested
I'll
to
take a
bed
look.
and-
Yeah, send it to me and I'll take a look at it. All right. Thanks for calling in, though.
You guys all have a good night, Dallas.
You too.
Thanks.
Yep.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, Deb.
Hello.
Hi, is that Deb on the move?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You guys were talking about something, and I had to jump on, but as soon as I got on, I couldn't remember what it was. Oh, well. But I do have something to say about Brian's parents. They totally know what's going on. For one, I think Brian is communicating through his lawyer because that's legal to do.
because his lawyer doesn't have to say that he's talking to his client. And then the parents, that Friday that the protesters started
Yes.
in front of their house, the parents had called
The police.
911.
Right.
I think they called.
So yeah, a lot of
once on
times, like
Thursday.
26 or 36 times or something.
No,
like that.
46.
Oh, 46. Okay, 46.
But that was a couple weeks ago, so
Yeah.
it's probably more than that now.
Probably, yeah.
But they had called, I think once on that Thursday, maybe. But they called 2 times on Friday, and then they told the cops that their son is, they filed their missing persons report. But the cops had already been there that day.
Right, right.
Why didn't they tell them the first time that they were at the house?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
by
know.
the way, my son's missing. You know.
Right, right, right.
And
Yeah.
everything. So,
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. You're not going to get an argument from me. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, they totally are doing something.
Yep. No, I hear you.
I just hope they catch him. I'm about to the point to where I'm wondering if he will be caught. You know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be a little while longer unless, the parents do have, unless they do tell the parents, if the lawyer says, hey, you better, if you know where he is, you better tell him to come forward. I don't know, and they can, but I think it's going to be, I don't know, I think it's going to be some time before they find him.
I thought for sure they would break before now.
Yeah,
at least
yeah.
At
I
least
don't know what they're going to do. You would think that they would just get the freak away from there, right? I know they'd probably think they'd be followed anywhere, and then they can't just put their house up for sale because then who's going to want to buy that house, because it's like, I don't think there probably people, if they think about negative energy or whatever, they're going to stay like freaking away from that house. But I don't know. I mean, it's just.
Oh, and speaking of that house, I think that might have been Brian that I was listening to this morning, and about the lawn mowing.
Oh yeah, I went over that in the beginning of this video.
Yeah, I saw that, but I was behind, so I couldn't text when I was watching it. But there was a guy in his chat that owned a lawn business company, and he said that that they had called him and he refused to do it, and he said everybody there refused.
Huh.
And that's why he finally had to go out and do it himself.
Oh, okay. Though that would be good advertising, because if the news is out there and they have a big truck with their name out there, I don't know. Who knows? Oh my God.
I don't know if that would be positive advertising, though.
Yeah, then you'll have like a mob getting them to boycott the lawn service for supporting the laundries.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want my my van out there, that's for sure.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I guess
I love
they say
you.
no publicity is bad publicity, but that might be bad publicity. Yeah.
That might be an exception to the rule,
yeah.
Carolyn.
Oh my gosh.
Okay.
And Michelle,
I
I love your avatar thingy or whatever you call that.
Thank you so much.
I told you that before.
Yeah,
Is there
I
any way
appreciate
I
it.
could be added on to that?
Of course, girl. Put put you right. We'll put your face right in the middle there.
She has
There's
she
a
has
spot
a little
for ya.
and she has a little character that newstubers made of her. You could put it in there.
Yeah, I was supposed to be in it a few months ago. They wrote my part out.
Kevin had them. They didn't want to deal with him with your contract.
Yeah, I was asking too much.
No, I think you'd be a great addition to the Deadly Divas, for sure.
Deadly Divas and two scooter cameos. Two scooter cameos.
The Deadly Divas on wheels. There we go.
Hi, Deb on the move.
Yeah.
Hi, Deb on the move.
Oh, hi.
How are
I
you?
thought you said, hey, Deb. I'm okay.
Doing okay?
Yeah.
Good.
Tell her you're mad. Well, she's really mad at you, Scooter. She's really mad at you.
She is not.
It's funny because
could
I
never
have them
do
both
that,
on
too.
Messenger, and Deb is really into cases, and Scooter really, I mean, sometimes she is, but sometimes like not like Deb on the move. So I'll see something, it'll pop up on my watch or my phone, and I'll keep thinking it's to Scooter, and I'm like, wow, she's really on that one today. Because she'll be like, oh, hurry up, this hearing or that hearing or this thing just got released, and I'm like, wow. And in my head, I think it's Scooter, and then then that day I was writing back
Debbie.
I was writing back to Deb on the move about something else. It made no sense because I thought it was Scooter. Oh my god!
I knew exactly what you were doing. I knew it was a mistake.
Oh my god!
Hey, by any chance, did you record that John Walsh sang tonight?
No, John, I didn't even know there was something. What was that?
I tried to watch it, and it was like a bunch of cases. It wasn't just Gabby. It was like a bunch of cases.
Oh, okay.
So I don't because they advertised it as a Gabby Petito special, but I was watching the wrong thing, but I was on investigation. Yeah, investigation.
What was it on
Discovery.
ID Discovery?
Yeah,
because I have that on Discovery Plus. I mean, I'm sure if it was out there, it's on demand, and I can watch it again.
It wasn't on Discovery Plus because I looked for it. It was live tonight, but there wasn't an option to watch it
later
on. Yeah.
Wow. That's weird.
What was that called? Do you know?
I didn't even know about it. So, did you get the name of it, Michelle?
It just says. It just said it was going to be on his In Pursuit.
In Pursuit.
It was like an In Pursuit special.
Am I late to the party?
Yeah, a little late to the party.
Oh, Gabby Petito Special Report. That's what it's called. Gabby Petito Special Report. So
I'll check YouTube and see if somebody recorded it.
Oh, it'll be probably all over YouTube by tomorrow.
I'm sure it will be. Yeah. You know how that stuff goes. It's not like what you missed it. Sorry. Yeah. Too bad for you. I wasn't around when that devastation happened, but. Oh my gosh.
Hello, everybody in chat. Much love to everyone. I missed you guys.
Hey, Lisa.
Hello.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi, everybody on panel.
Hi.
Hey, Lisa.
Hi.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
A couple years ago, were you the one that was going to McDonald's for the Wi-Fi?
Oh, Lisa, it was, yes. Lisa H was, yeah.
Okay.
What? What did I do?
When you were going to McDonald's for the Wi-Fi.
Oh, yes. Yes. Who knows that?
Deb on the move.
Oh, that's funny.
She's got you on the tracker.
Yeah.
Well, I remember it was somebody like with a cat or something on their avatar.
Yes, me. I have a cat.
And then it was like a couple years later, I was thinking, I wonder if that's the same person, and I keep on meaning to ask. I don't know why that was bothering me, but I was just wondering if that was you.
Yeah.
I have too much time on my hands. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. Somebody was just asking about you, Deb, or something when you drive from Arizona to Indiana.
I just did last week.
She drives to Illinois.
Oh,
Last
Illinois.
weekend, yeah.
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 You drove there last weekend?
Not this past Friday, but the one before.
Oh, wow.
The second, I think it was.
Oh, wow.
And then I flew home the last Thursday, a week ago.
Okay.
Yeah, my son, his friend, he was letting this guy use his car, and the guy actually took it over and wouldn't give Mike his keys back and all this stuff.
You had to go straighten him out?
The guy totaled it and hit another car too. Yeah, and I mean the car had 40,000 miles on it.
Wow.
And I told Mike to never let anybody use it.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
But this, Mike's 32 years old, but he only has a 56 IQ total. But he can do some things, but he can't tell you like what 2 + 2 is.
Right.
And
Okay.
stuff like that. But
So they took advantage
like
of him.
at
Yeah.
first grade level. But if you show him how to do something, he can do it.
Right.
But anyway, he had a lot of brain damage from child abuse, and his biological mom was she had a low IQ, so he was born with a low IQ and then abused and all this stuff. Well, he said that this guy, he asked for his keys back, and he said no, and he was going to beat him up and all this stuff, But the guy ended up totaling it, and I told him I'm not going to sign for another car for you, because I'm going to be buying a house here, and I don't want that on my credit report. And so I ended up giving him I had 2 cars here. I had a Toyota SUV, so I drove that up to him and then flew back. It was just a real short trip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And the little girl that I wanted to see, one of my old foster kids that I wanted to see in Indiana, actually moved back to Springfield, Illinois. So I did get to see her while I was there. But I don't know. This time I didn't even have my daughter with me. She stayed here, so.
Oh, so you're all by
I
yourself?
drove
Wow.
27 hours straight by myself.
Crazy. Wow.
Yeah.
You could drive with Scooter on the bus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, she sleeps all the time anyway, so it's really not anything different. And I just, caught up on your lives and stuff. That's what keeps me awake, is your lives and, movies on Netflix and stuff like that. I mean, I can listen to that stuff for hours.
Right.
And I did for 27 hours.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I get. I'm not. I can fall asleep when I'm not good. You've seen that live. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. I don't know how Scooter and Caroline stayed awake to go home that night. That's crazy.
Well, we had, I didn't want her to get in an accident.
I didn't want Jimmy to get in an accident too, and I fell asleep. I wonder if I would have fallen asleep, like if I was driving with you. Like maybe I wouldn't have felt comfortable enough to just fall asleep. Like I'd be like, oh, I gotta watch Scooter. She might go through my purse while we're driving.
You would still fall asleep. You'd feel comfortable enough. You'd be
How
out
many hours
within
was
10
that?
minutes.
Remember didn't you spill a whole cup of ice in your purse?
Oh gosh, I forgot about that.
She made the biggest deal to get. We met, and we stayed. They brought me a squirrel. I know it sounds funny, but they brought me a squirrel, and so we stayed over a night in Lake Erie, Pennsylvania, and we're going back. And
I'm sorry. Did you say like a squirrel?
Yes, a flying squirrel.
A real one?
Yes.
Yeah.
I know it sounds really crazy. And do you
She
know
has it there in the living room right now.
Yeah, I have. She crossed over there, and there was like a $12 million flying squirrel ring that was busted, going from Georgia to Chicago, and she was coming literally from Indiana to Pennsylvania. And I said it would have been just your luck to get caught in that, and they would have thought you were part of it.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, they busted this thing at the exact same time she was coming over. And because they were sending flying squirrels out to China for the exotic pet trade. Anyway, so they come there. God. And then at the last, nobody wanted to leave. So we were all at this restaurant until like they closed. It was like 11 o'clock. And by the time we took pictures and stuff in the parking lot, it was at 12 o'clock when we got on the road. But she made the biggest deal about she had to get this cup of ice, right? From this
I always
restaurant.
have to have my ice.
I have to get the cup of ice. I have to get the cup of ice because she has seltzers in. And then she dropped it all in her purse.
I did.
She was so mad, and we were live. We were live on the entire ride. So she just was like, "Oh gosh!" I'm like, "What is it?" I dropped the whole thing of ice in my purse.
I need to go back and watch those again.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
That was hilarious. When Scooter wasn't she trying to sit on your bumper or something like that?
Oh yeah, she was going to hold on to the bumper and not let us go. Oh my gosh.
That was hilarious.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt. I gotta get off here in a minute, but I just wanted to quickly ask: are you guys watching the Brittany Murphy mystery on Friday night?
That's the no? I didn't. What is it on?
Oh, sorry. There's Rosie. Did you hear?
Yeah, that's just like Mad Patty's dog. I know.
I thought it was.
Brittany Murphy. They're doing.
Yeah, I know who she is, but there's a special about her.
They're doing a special on her on Friday night at 11 o'clock Eastern.
Where?
Just so you know. On ID, on Investigation Discovery. Yeah, it looks very good.
Too bad we can't stream that live, but would you get in trouble for that?
Yeah, we can do a movie night, but we can't do can't do it live on YouTube.
And her husband, remember, didn't he end up dying of something similar a couple of years later?
Yeah, exact same cause of death, like very soon after. Very suspicious.
Yeah.
That poor mother.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
And somebody said there was that one, and then did you just say there was that one that was that Amanda Ward thing? Not Amanda
Knox.
Ward, Amanda Ward. Amanda Knox. Yeah, I know an Amanda Ward. I don't know why I said that. Okay, Amanda. Stillwater. I have to look that up. I'm writing this down. And then
You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it.
And then what was the lie? Okay, the lie. And then what was the other one with the? Now I forgot the one with Meryl Streep and Liam Neeson. That was before and after. Yeah, I want to look at that again because after. Okay. And
is that a movie?
Yeah, it's about It's almost sounds like a little bit like Brian Petito, but the son accidentally, well, I don't know how, he murders his girlfriend, and then the parents cover up for him, and the mother's a prominent doctor, and they start getting all this hate in the community, and
Wow.
all this stuff. Yeah, it's before and after. It's with Meryl Streep and Leon Neeson, and I think it's
I
from
don't
a
think
long
I've
time
seen
ago.
it.
Yeah, I know. That might be one to do on a movie night, too. And
Yeah.
then Stillwater is one with Matt Damon, right? And then
Yep.
The Lie is another psychological thriller.
Oh, that was so good.
You
Did you
saw
see
that?
it?
No, you saw it?
Yeah.
I
Oh,
did.
it's
It was
so
really
good.
good.
Very good.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
see it.
Amazon Prime, right? That's where
Yep.
I saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to write it down because that sounds good. And I will keep writing these down. And then we still want to do a simple plan.
Yes.
Plan. And then, did you guys ever see? Did you ever see The Vanishing, Michelle Kay, with Kiefer Sutherland and Jeff Bridges? With Sandra Bullock, and she disappears. They pull into a convenience store, and she gets out, and she doesn't come back.
No,
I think I saw that years
haven't.
ago.
Oh, that's
Was
a good one.
that an older movie?
Yeah, it's a good
Mhm.
one though. Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
good.
that movie is. Yeah, it's older than me. Okay, I just looked it up.
No, there's an original and there's a You're looking at the one with Kiefer Sutherland?
Yeah. Oh, yes, I see that. Okay, 2018.
Yeah, no, it's got to be.
Gerard Butler, The Vanishing, or because the other one
Let me
with
see.
Sandra Bullock is 93.
Let me see. Maybe it is in '93 then. Yeah, let me see that. Yeah, let me see. Is it The Vanishing Kiefer? Because I think there's one even before that. Did they make a remake of it?
It looks like they did, and it's the remake is with the remake is the one with what's his face? I forget what his name is.
Vanishing. Okay, because The Vanishing, you're right, is '93. Wow, I can't believe it's that long ago. Wow. It's crazy. I was gonna say like I don't know, 2000, maybe. Wow, 1993. That's crazy. Sandra Bullock must have
So I
been
say, I
like
definitely
30
remember the
years
title.
old or something in there. Wow. Okay, but you said that you found one from 2018.
Yeah. I don't know if it's a remake, but I'm assuming that it is.
Gerard Butler.
Gerard Butler and Peter Mullen. Yeah.
I wonder if it is a remake. Let me see. The Vanishing. Oh, it's previously titled The Keepers. It's a British psychological thriller drama. Now, what is that? Is that? I think that's different though. But it says these three men begin their 6-week shift tending to the remote Flannan Isles lighthouse. Donald, the youngest, is inexperienced in learning the trade of the lighthouse keeper from James and Thomas. James has a family waiting for him on the mainland, while Thomas is still mourning the loss of his wife and children. After a storm, the men discover a boat, a body, and a wooden chest. Oh my gosh, this almost sounds a little bit like A Simple Plan. You know that?
It does, yeah.
It does. Wow, isn't that funny? Because like
What's it called?
when a movie is good, right? Like someone says, "Oh gosh, A Simple Plan is a really good movie. We should make a screenplay for something similar." This almost sounds like that, right? Because
What's this one called?
What's old is
Carolyn?
new again. It's called The Vanishing. I know it's weird
okay.
but it's 2018, and it says they find Donald descends the cliffs to check on the man who appears lifeless. As they are hauling up the chest, the man awakens and attacks Donald. In self-defense, Donald bashes the man's head with a rock and kills him. Thomas is against opening the chest, but opens it alone and keeps what he finds to himself. Eventually, the other two give in to their curiosity and they find several gold bars inside. Urging caution and secrecy, Thomas proposes they dispose of the body, sneak the gold back to the mainland. Yeah, it sounds a lot like it. And lay low for a year. It sounds like that in that Twilight Zone with the gold bars. And lay low for a year before splitting their shares. Remember that Twilight Zone? 1 drink, 1 bar of gold. 1 sip.
Yes, I think I do.
Oh gosh, yeah. Another boat arrives with two strangers. That does sound like I got to put that down. The Vanishing 2018. That might be
Yeah.
another good movie night. Okay, let's see.
Did you guys see Promising Young Woman?
No, I wanted to see that, but I didn't know. Was it good?
It was so amazing. It was amazing. It was so good. So good. Yeah.
What was that? Promising Young Woman?
Promising Young Woman. It's on Hulu, HBO Max, and YouTube. It's on Prime too. I just saw it's on Prime.
It's a what kind of movie?
It's a thriller. It's like a psychological thriller.
I love those kind.
Me too.
If you watch the trailer, you'll want to watch it right away. Like, it was so good. I'm pretty sure it was nominated for
Yes, Candy Smith, Bill Paxton, Simple Plan. Yes.
an Academy Award.
Okay.
They may have even won. Yeah, they did.
Really?
Wins at the Oscars. For what? What did they win? Yeah, they got an Oscar for something. For that movie.
The Promising.
Oh, wow.
And we're nominated for Best Screenplay, Best
Yeah.
Editing, Best Picture, Best Actress, Best Director. It was very good.
Promising Young Woman.
Promising Young Woman.
Traumatized by a tragic event in her past, she seeks out vengeance against those who crossed her path. Oh. Okay. That's another one. Huh. It's on HBO Max. I have that. I think that's what it said. And Hulu too. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
That's good. I don't know. To see. Is there lots of choices? You guys are up on all the movies, especially you, Lisa. I sometimes I feel like I haven't even seen. I used to. I never even get to finish anything. I have to finish so many things. But let me see. Hi, Aurora. Candy Smith. A root beer float sounds. Yeah, a root beer float does sound yummy. That would be.
I
cool.
need a distraction. Can we watch something tonight?
Yeah, you can. Why? Yeah, sure. I'll set you up with something.
Because I think some of the Aussie people would probably come in.
The Aussies. The Aussies.
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 Aussies. Oi, oi, oi.
Aussies, and they'll have some.
The Aussies are gonna watch a movie with us. Yeah, it's gonna be really funny. It's gonna be really good.
And Wyatt so wants to see your squirrel. You'll have to show him sometime.
Yeah, I have a video of him running in the wheel.
Oh, do you?
Oh yeah.
I don't think I saw that.
Yeah, in the wheel. Let me see if I can pull it up real fast for you, Annie. I'll pull it up real fast.
Is that Annie B?
No, that's Annie Wyatt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She was gone a year. I thought I hadn't seen her in a while.
Her son.
How do you spell the last
her son
name?
Pass?
Oh, I'm so
I think
sorry.
her son died unexpectedly. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Oh.
She was gone a while. Yeah.
Much love, Ann.
How do you spell her last name?
Wyatt. Wyatt.
Oh, Wyatt. Okay. So sorry, Annie.
And Scooter, okay, I just got your message. You wanted me to call you at 9. You're not Lisa D. If you need to call me, you could pick up the phone and call me.
Oh, stop.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Yeah,
I
Dean
always
Elizabeth,
just let
I think
you
I'll make
call
popcorn too.
What happened? Dean Elizabeth would like a movie too? Is that what you said?
Robbity Bob too. I knew that we'd get some of the Australian. I love it. They have all different places to get together, countries.
Mm-hmm. Did you just get up, Lisa?
Yeah. Well, no. I've been listening since about,
okay.
Let me think. 12:40. I think I woke up at the same time I did last night, 12:47.
Oh my God.
God, that's
Lisa,
going to be
where are
cool.
you from?
And I woke up at 9:30 thinking I was going to get up. I went back on my pillow and fell right back to sleep. I don't go to bed till the afternoon now. I'm earlier than Lisa D. I beat Lisa D.
That's great.
I went to sleep about 3:30 this afternoon.
Wonderful.
Oh, hot tub.
Oh my goodness.
You got your days and nights mixed
You
up,
guys
girl.
all have to entertain me until 3 p.m. today. I'm kidding.
Oh my gosh. All right, here's the squirrel. I'll put him on for you, Annie. There's a little picture of the squirrel running in
And
the
Carolyn,
window.
I have told you, you know that I just usually have you let you call because I don't want to bother you, remember?
Oh, but you could call. This is this
Yes, I
wheel.
know.
It was this special wheel you had to get for the flying squirrel, and it's like expensive for a wheel. And he didn't go in it for like 6 months, and then now all he does is run in this wheel all freaking night. All freaking night he runs in this wheel. Now he's eating a little snack because it's burning off some stuff. But yeah,
That's so cute, though.
Oh my God.
he runs, and then he lets go and he flies down to the bottom, and then he goes around and oh my God. He looks like he's in a washing machine, doesn't he?
And he does that all night? Oh, God bless him.
And the thing has a thing that trims his nails naturally.
I need one of those.
And I was so worried he was going to lose so much weight because he didn't go in it. And he literally runs in that all night long.
Rocky on spin dry, Deborah Vancouver.
That's exactly what it looks like, doesn't it?
Is it loud?
No, it's so quiet. It's got this really nice sound. It's quiet.
Are you being
It's very-
sarcastic?
It's very
I would get so
ASMR.
sick doing that.
And yet he will just keep running and running hours and hours.
That's the cutest thing.
I wonder what he's thinking when he's in there. Like, what's going through his little
the
brain?
longest time to get into it, and then when he did, he must have been like, "Wow, this is great. Why did I wait so long?"
You know those things at the fair where you like those little hamster wheels? When I was a kid, I held on to one and I ended up going up the side of it like that. It was the most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. So I can't even imagine.
Oh, he loves it. He's just, and then he'll get going at a really good clip, and then he like flops back, lets himself flop all around on it like on the spin cycle.
Bruce wants to save that little shite.
He likes it, Ruth. He loves it.
Look at him. Oh no.
He's like, I just want to be violently thrown around this thing for a while.
That is hysterical.
And then his tail will start to come out and he starts to run again.
Oh, Mimsy girl's here.
Hi, Mimsy girl.
Woo. Wow.
Oh my gosh. That's so
I really wasn't expecting to laugh that hard.
Yeah.
No.
That's quite funny.
It is, yeah, if you never need a laugh. He just keeps going.
That and Jimmy falling down the stairs. Poor Jimmy.
Oh my God.
Did you see Jimmy falling downstairs, Michelle K?
I did.
Oh, yeah.
I did. You mentioned it one night in one of your lives, and I was like, well, I guess I know what I'm doing. I'm going to find this video. And I found it, and I hate to say it, but I laughed, and I was laughing more at your reaction.
Yes. Exactly.
Oh my God. Like,
you should show it right now.
Yeah, you should actually send that into AFB.
Yeah, I know. Everybody says that. Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, that was golden, especially because you caught it on live.
Yeah, I know. That was just crazy. People didn't
Poor
know
guy.
Was he eating a carrot or something?
Yeah, he was eating a carrot, brought it in there, and then he was like, sometimes he brings a snack in there and it goes
Oh,
flying.
yeah, well, I don't want any more. Let's go on with this. Look at the
Oh, that I think I did a slow motion right there so you can see him. Oh my gosh, I can't handle it.
There's Sassy Darcy. Yes, he does get out, Robbie Bob. I think he.
Oh
goes
yeah,
around
Jimmy. Yeah,
Jimmy's
we
dirt.
had him here not too long ago. Maybe one day when Tammy had her squirrel, Jimmy brought him out here, and that's when he was jumping on my shoulders and stuff. Yeah.
And in your hair,
Yeah,
I think.
Jimmy takes him out all the time. He loves Jimmy. Jimmy rides in Jimmy's shirt and stuff. Yeah. But he absolutely loves those chestnuts in the back now. And now Jimmy said we got to go get them more chestnuts down from the tree. But yeah, he loves that wheel.
You should get him to power your house like that. You
I
should
know.
just get him to. That's a lot of energy.
He does. He loves that wheel. He loves that wheel. Okay. So yep, there you go, Annie. Hope that made you smile. Yeah. That's you. Like an agitator. Yeah. That was.
Look at him go around. He looks like he's trying to hang out for you.
It's like when you're go in the morning and you're trying to have a great day, and then by the time the afternoon hits, you're just like, no, I give up.
Yeah, he loves it. He's nocturnal too, so he fits right in because he gets up at like 11, 12 o'clock. He's like Lisa.
Right.
That's the right pet for you. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
We have Agatha Christie movies on here, Jeanette, I think on Prime and other things.
You
I've
like
seen 'em.
Agatha Christie? See, wait. Oh, Agatha Christie. I always get her mixed up with Angela Lansbury. I could never stand the Angela Lansbury Murder She Wrote and stuff. I never liked that.
Oh, my mom loved that.
Yeah, I never liked that. That
I
reminded me
never
of like.
liked it either.
It
but
reminded
my
me
mom
of
loved
like
her.
really. It
My mom
reminded-
did too, yes.
I never liked it. It reminded me of a Hallmark movie, true crime, something like
Yeah,
that.
my mom
you
loved
know?
it.
Yeah.
Mine too, Scooter. Mine too.
I bet you Davita loved it too. I would imagine. 'Cause she
I
likes
think our
Probably.
moms would have gotten along, Scooter.
I think they would have too.
Oh, yeah. My mom has a sense of humor. Did your mom have a sense of humor at all?
Oh gosh, yes.
Yeah.
So funny.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
She laughed at everything pretty much.
Maybe they're up there laughing together because they know we're, friends.
Yeah.
So you never
probably
know.
are.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so I got to put the number in for the member, right? Okay, let me see.
So what are you guys watching?
I don't know what they're watching. What are you watching? What do you
Oh.
want to watch?
Does anybody have any movie suggestions or shows?
Well, what unless you want to watch one of those things that we just mentioned, or let's see what
Yeah,
else
it doesn't
is.
matter.
Let me see.
Wow, what time is it there and why are you all up? Lily asked that. They asked us why we were watching The Flying Squirrel too. They must be new.
Yeah, probably. Oh my gosh. Okay.
I always think of those. Yeah, I don't do a simple plan though, because I want to watch that with you guys.
Okay.
Well, no. Go ahead if you want.
No, I know. It doesn't have to be
I've
that.
already seen it.
Oh, stop being such a spoil sport.
Irene
I'm
F.
not.
She's able to watch, isn't she, or not?
Who?
Irene S. She said, "Am I able to watch movies?" And she's
Yes,
subscribed or whatever.
Yeah.
She's a member.
Yeah, she'll see the member post. Yeah, I'm going to put the member post up. I'm trying to get the number. Where's the...
Yeah, Roots Calhoun. I'm sure you've got a movie for us. It's a home movie, with lots of F-bombs.
Oh my gosh. When I woke up to that, I'm like, what the heck? And I'm like, poor Hartmay Wise. She was like, think about what you're saying, Roots, and concentrate. Then you
She's
won't.
sweet.
Yeah, I know. She's so sweet, but she had her work cut out for her. Roots. And then Lisa D. They're like, come on up. He's like, I want to talk about spirituality. He's like, I did hear, and he gets on, he goes, this. I have to put you girls on mute for a minute because my dog, he's being a dumb arse. He was off
Kevin
like,
Leonard said Irene will need to be told how to get to the movie.
oh, I'm going to put a member post on. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm putting it in there, Irene. You're going to see it in a second. As soon as I...
You'll just click on it, right?
You should get a notification, Irene. Let me see here. When I put up this post, it should send you a notification. Somehow
We love you too, Roots.
Yeah, we do, Roots.
Mm-hmm, Roots. Even though Roots doesn't think so. Okay. Okay.
Lily, welcome to chat. We're night owls here. We stay up all night. Well, I've been sleeping during the day, so I do stay up all night. Part of the day.
She's up all night. Okay, there's that one you should see. Now, put it in the Patreon. And, well, maybe I'll just send it.
One night I'll surprise you guys in on my channel, and we'll do a whole night after Carolyn goes off, and we'll play all the old educational films.
I'm sure you'll have a big crowd.
Yeah, I look forward to that.
Yeah.
Especially
Hi,
for you.
Cynthia. Glad you're here.
They'll be flying in for that, I bet.
Roots is a deputy rambler. Welcome, Roots.
Welcome, Roots.
Welcome, Roots.
Hi, Irene F.
Okay, let's see here.
Is Irene here now? No, it's Tammy.
Heather Wright. Hello, I'm glad you're here.
Kevin said she'll need help. Lisa.
Oh, thank you very much, Leslie. Leslie Blackford.
Yes,
Leslie
I said that.
Blackford put the before and after movie. Okay, thank you. She said that's on YouTube.
Will you help her, Lisa, to get on?
Hold on.
How do I help her?
Who needs help?
Irene S.
Oh, Irene.
Yes, Nicole Griffith. We're going to watch something.
You just what does she have to do? She has to download. What device are you on? A phone, or do you have a laptop or an iPad or something? What device do you have? Amy. We lost Amy's Justice League. I was just going to ask her what that was. That thing that we were seeing.
Good, Dina. I'm glad you enjoy it.
What? Oh, the
Educational, the old educational ones.
Okay.
I'll find some good ones.
Come on down.
We'll watch Mind Your Manners.
Hello, everybody.
I like those too, Scooter. I really do. I
They're
like
fun,
watching
aren't
them. It is. I love the old stuff to see. You know what I like to look for? If they're in the kitchen, I like to look at all the old stoves and you know, the dishes and Blue Willow and all the
Nicole.
Hi, you guys hear me?
Is that Nicole Griffith?
Yeah. Hi.
Oh,
How are
is
you?
that the first time we've ever heard your voice?
Hi, Nicole.
No, I've been in here. I've been here. Yeah, I've been in here. Kat.
I feel like I've never heard your voice.
Yes, she's called in and talked.
Oh yeah, Roots. I'm sure you could pick a great movie.
Oh yeah.
We're all night owls over here too. We're all up, all of us.
Okay, so
This is the channel for it.
Mm-hmm.
now let me see who we have. Does anybody now? Lisa H, you know that you let people in, right?
Oh yes, I'm sorry. I was looking at chat.
No. There's nobody there now, but I just want to make sure that you know because somebody didn't know. I forgot who it was. It was I don't know who it was. I don't know who it was. It was somebody. They go, oh, I can let people in or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe, maybe, I don't know. Was it Davita? Where is
We,
Davita?
Davita, we've had Deborah.
Where is Davita?
I don't know.
Wow.
I haven't seen her.
What's today? Today's one. Today's
of the night.
Oh, she doesn't have to work tomorrow. Where is
I
she?
didn't see her. I didn't
Yes,
see her
she
at all
does.
tonight. I didn't see
She
her at
works
all.
on Thursday.
I saw her. Oh wait, she does work on Thursday, right?
Yeah, Thursday and Saturday.
Why did I forget that?
Target location.
Wow. Okay. Hope she's okay.
Oh, she's okay.
I saw her this afternoon. I'm pretty sure in one of the other videos I did. I think. Yes.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah.
Well, maybe she'll be coming in. You know, she comes in late sometimes.
Yeah, could be. All right, now let me see. Now let me go back here. All right, guys. All right, guys, in the chat. So I'm going to close up the chat. We're in the movie night. And there's the numbers in Patreon, the numbers on the members post. Okay, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you guys. God
Love
bless.
and prayers.
All right. Okay.
Good night and good day, everyone.